Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Go and play that. Set you down, I'ma say that. Mine need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what say that. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did. And they twist and they once till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to boss me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. My zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. Can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my life? See your hands, Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know, Delilah.
first page, but I shook the road up just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in a max, but all about power through the struggle and the test. Dirty air in my lung, I can't even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If you want some beef, Leo, turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in the cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of proof, now I just need to boat out. One day on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last, clear the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rocky, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to being on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I live it on my phone. You can find one of kind person like me. Live it in the moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right way, stand now. Always pouring down the rain before the rainbow. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be riding all my life.
Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. Was hit hard. Here, Liv. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Phenomenal goes down. Doesn't have a nitro cell to toss out anymore. Super Zaddy has to come and help, but he's taken down by Pig as well. He honks him. They know where he is. He's trapped here within the dorms, but on the corner, he has some space to move. They don't have the diffuser on them. They can't stick the plant. He takes his time and wins a round off of it. Gaming Gladiators and Tolji take the round 5-1 at the end of the half.
It's still doable though. Oh, especially when Hayabusa crosses the site like that. It's down to Pecan. Got the worst gun to do it, but he brings it to the 1v1. Health is not there, but he hits the head. And Keith will fall in a colossal...
So much utility in their place, but I9 wins a huge fight. Souffle though holding on, he finds a double. This is looking like another Direwolves round here, Land. Bring it 5-6, and that it is. 11th round goes to Souffle and the Direwolves. And now we're at the final round of regulation as they crawl back. All on the I9, who has to go ice cold on this Frost. He actually spots one out, and there he confirms it. He's gonna need to find a double, especially on Souffle, who's still up to fight.
E9 with the silencer going real hard. Triple kill, quadra kill, and ace! Ah, I9 cleans that one out, and I told you he could have done it.
Get that kill. So now it's all on the Reaps here. Ajime finds Ed. Reaps with the nade. He gets the one. Follow up for a second. Damage done, but he's trapped. Treat a rock in a hard place. Finds the 1v1. The triple goes his way. That was close.
But he missed. He has a disadvantage here. He knows he does not have the high ground. I9 distracted, then loses the duel. Reaps for a quad. Picks up the headshot. Saves the round for Direwolves and finds them their first round. Oh,
incredible from Reaps, and that's where you see really those slip-ups happen.
I'm starting to lose face. Keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back. And having regrets. Hitting all the stacks. And that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me what are you waiting? Take it over and this is my year.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Operation League, autumn season. We are on our, yet another banger of a week looking into play. My name is Cthulhu. Joining me is Infinity. Unfortunately, tonight, Ian is a little bit on the sicker end of the spectrum, so we wish him the quickest recovery. But look, Infin, we have quite a fair few sets of games in our hands, and I mean, with already 6 play days behind our backs, the leaderboard ended up shaping into a very sort of interesting setup, really.
Yeah. I mean, like we were just discussing before the broadcast began, 2 play days ago, we had an absolute insane result that I think very few people would have expected. The fact that Champion beat Elevate 7-5. It was not a good performance, and you casted that game, Cthulhu.
Yep.
It did not look good. We had like Sapper, Mr. Punch, Mark just having really poor performances. DCH was okay, Onigiri was okay as well. But Champion, they looked okay. They just looked better as a team. They were more coordinated, felt at times.
Yeah, Champion definitely felt like they were in their element. The way how they've performed, the way how they held sort of their general positioning in their plays definitely felt very well constructed. I mean, you look back at the score lines, 5-1 first half on the defense of Skyscraper, it says it all. And I mean, after some of the recent announcements as well, for Elevate, there's certainly, quite a fair few questions in terms of just how things are going, just even in the mental department, maybe.
Yeah, indeed. Sapper, if you guys are unaware, he said that, he experienced burnout, a lack of motivation to play the game. This is not new. This is not limited to him. Like, names such as Hyper from Dark Zero, they have talked about it. Pengu all the way back when he retired, Canadian, all these big names. So, like, it's hitting everyone from top to bottom. And, it's obviously hit Sapper as well. And we really hope that he recovers soon and comes back. But for Elevate, that is trouble. Trouble in Apex South, trouble in the Operation League as well. You're right, Cthulhu, like that 7-5 maybe was a contributor to it, or maybe it was just like a symptom of that, burnout that Sapper was feeling. It could be either, could be both. And as a result, Elevate are in 5th place in the table right now, behind Champion, who are in 4th place. And then, of course, the top 3 are the other Apex South teams, Direwolves, Fury, and Gaming Gladiators, which is why the first game is so very exciting. Cthulhu. We have Direwolves taking on the Gaming Gladiators.
The funny thing, though, about this game, Infin, at least in my eyes, is right now both Direwolves and Fury were able to generate such a huge buffer for themselves that even if, say, tonight is a loss for them, even say, Gaming Gladiators come out with a 3-pointer, it is still not enough to catch up to that second place. But it does, shorten the general the general positioning and the general sort of overall pacing. So it's not as bad as people might think. But yeah, look, the Direwolves versus Gaming Gladiators definitely should be a barn burner. The other one that I'm actually kind of looking forward to is the Varian X versus Obsession, because we start off with the top 3 battle, and we wrap it all up with the bottom 3 battle, really. And look, I'm gonna be honest, that bottom 3 kind of ended up getting sort of left behind, all things considered. I mean, you look at the difference between
3,
Varian
2,
X
and 1
Elevate.
points. Yeah,
it is quite. Quite a distinct sort of difference. So, whilst Elevate will still be able to battle it all out, and I'm sure that they would be able to still wrap up a pretty solid game against the Stripe in match 3. Look, for Varian X, they will have to try their best. Because yes, look, pushing for a 3-pointer would be good, getting themselves to that 6-pointer. Yes, they would still technically need one win and then at least a draw loss, or rather an OT loss, but that is sort of expecting that Elevator won't be able to gain any points from here on out. So it's a bit of a sort of, you're preying on the downfall of some of the teams. But look, I mean, I'm very much still very excited to see how tonight will really pan out, given that we've just, last week, we sort of crowned the champion, the Kingslayers, I suppose.
Essentially, but Fury beat them in Apex South as well, so now Fury in their second game, as you guys saw, are going to take Champion on, which is also going to be a hell of a match. But we have the first matchup, Direwolves versus Gaming Gladiators, and look at the KD that Reaps is showing. Reaps has been absolutely tearing it up in Apex South as well. I believe, he is the top-rated player in Apex South. Over there, he has the highest KD in Apex South. He has the 5th highest entry KD as well. He's just doing everything, and he's doing it here in Operation League as well. This man, he's a rookie at this level. He is Chinese. He was brought over like literally one day before the Apex South season started. He was brought over to Thailand to be able to play in, Apex South and in the Operation League, and he has just slotted in. Odin, his coach, he described him as the Asian Spoit, and I think looking at these KD figures, that's an accurate assessment.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, look, Reaps has absolutely been performing extremely well, really, for the way how he's been playing with the rest of the team. He was always sort of that very consistent performer. But I mean, you're looking at the Gaming Gladiators, the situation is a little bit sort of different. Yes, you have, players like Hoven, players like Tolji, that seem to have been, getting quite a strong grip on the general sort of situation. But then you look at some of the newer interactions in terms of, for example, Super Zaddy, and then Arpe, then Rix as well. Things have been looking a little bit on the quieter end of spectrum.
Yeah, so like Arpe is like a big one. In stages 1 and 2, he was one of the best players. I think prior to like the Berlin Major, I remember in Apex South, he had like 4 clutches, for example, and he was like top 5 rated in Apex South. He was having such a good time. He had 4 clutches, same as Joe. Joe's not playing right now because of Super Zaddy stepping in, I believe, and just trying to get some experience. But it is something that is affecting Gaming Gladiators' results, and it's affected them in Apex South as well. So today, we are starting off with an Oregon matchup between these two teams. And Cthulhu, I'm going to tell you, Oregon is a hilarious choice because just, a week ago, Direwolves took on Gaming Gladiators on Oregon and absolutely put the beat down on them with 7-4 in their favor. It looked quite easy for Direwolves. They went like 3 on the attack, and then after that, they closed it out on the defense.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest. Despite the sort of the initial lack of the ability to close off a couple of the OT games, their game against Elevate, the inability to close it off in the regulation, but then being able to close it off in the OT, Direwolves sort of been able to prove that they are a team that has that sort of ability to play for the endurance game. If certain picks don't go their way, certain rounds don't go their way. Funnily enough,
it's remarkable.
Apart from it is remarkable. Yeah, they are sitting on a very funny record number of four wins in in regulations, 2 wins in OT, and then 0-0.
No losses.
So take it as how you want it for our dear viewer. On the side of the prediction, Infian, look, mate, things took a bit of a turn ever since the summer season, didn't it?
Hey, I was really good. Like, it's like I'm a summer guy. What can I say? I like the warmth. I like the heat. I like the beach. I don't do well in like autumn when like freaking the leaves start falling, and apparently so do my prediction percentages. I was flying high, but like apparently I don't know how to predict, and I'm gonna chalk it all up to Champion because they have been absolutely defying expectations. So Champion, this is because of you.
Oh, look, I mean, Champion, gotta give them sort of the kudos for the way how they've been performing. I mean, you look at their general run, I mean, they're 4th place for a reason. They've been able to give quite a run for their money, even to Gaming Gladiators. I mean, you look at their match against them on Oregon, GG struggled. Truthfully and rightfully, even though they started off their first half in 4-2, it then led to a 3-3, where it was, at least to my memory, it was very much of a sort of a back and forth sort of venture there. And then you look at the biggest hit that Champion managed to perform, and that is the win over Elevate. Look, I want to get your opinion. For the most of it, it's relatively sort of split decisions on the first and the last one. I want to hear your reasoning behind the Obsession versus Barrier Next, with you picking Obsession.
I just think, like, there's first of all, as we talked about, the bottom 3 teams, barely anything to separate them, right? 1, 2, and 3 points. That's how you go from bottom up. I just think if you look at the players that Obsession have, they got Roldini and Producer Boom. These 2 guys were absolutely super good at the Apex South level just like a year ago, and they have a lot of experience all the way stretching back to, if you remember, back when we used to cast the Pro League back in Season 7. Remember a certain Xavier roster, and Producer Boom was at the head of that Xavier roster, and he brought them from Challenger League and brought them all the way up to Pro League, and then to a couple of Apex lands, I believe. Didn't really get success there, but they have experience, and I think that's what should. Yeah, I think that's why I just kind of backed them a little bit.
No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Look, I'm definitely keen to see what will Obsession be able to do, because things have been definitely a little bit on the rougher sort of side of spectrum for them. So maybe this is the time for them to pull a big comeback. Speaking of the successes and comebacks, our dear viewer can do the same thing by following the channel that you're watching this from. That is the Rainbow Six SEA, and then typing hashtag call your shots, all in one word, to be in for a draw and for a chance to win 600 R6 credits, PC only, as well as that R6 Operation League SEA pin as well from Koyo Store. So it's all a really nice, very nice pin, a very nice amount of R6 credits. Get yourself as well started on possibly even beginning to collect some of the skins as well, or better yet, with some of the even possible events being teased already by Ubisoft for Halloween. Maybe that's where some of the R6 credits could go as well.
Right, yeah, and it's a pretty sick pin. I have it right now. I don't know if you guys can see. Yeah, you can't see me, right? As we head right into the game. Well, you're gonna see it after the match then, because we're heading right into the operator bans for Direwolves versus Gaming Gladiators. And the last time they played this, just a week ago, Direwolves banned Ying and Wamai, while Gaming Gladiators followed it up with Valkyrie and Nook. Direwolves starting out exactly the same way with that Ying ban.
Yeah, par for the course for the bans. I mean, Ying feels in a very sort of G is still good. You still got the magnification optics. You still got those Candelas that are absolutely absurdly good for those instant pushes. Monty out of the equation. Look, I'm kind of 50-50 on it. I'll be honest with you, Infin. Because
that is a surprise.
I mean, because we've seen a couple picks of Monty come around, and some teams actually did. No, just in general within OBL.
Yeah.
And teams genuinely struggle, getting rid of the Monty amidst, the sheer amount of chaos that revolved around Monty himself. So with that out of the equation, I gotta say, I don't necessarily think that Direwolves would have even gotten to use and abuse Monty, which more so feels like maybe it's just for the sake of sanity.
I don't think Direwolves really use that. So we have 3 out of 4 of the same bans. I think, look, the logic that we have coming out from Gaming Gladiators is we want to do something a little bit different, right? We want to shake things up. We don't want to take that same 7-fold loss, so they're not banning Nook this time around. They're going for that Monty ban. Not the worst idea, I would say. If they have seen something, perhaps, maybe Direwolves, they have found out through scrimmages and stuff like that they want to try and practice. They are Monty here on Oregon, and, while these teams obviously want the rights of operations, they want to go to like the Operation Finals and everything, they are obviously looking at the bigger picture, which is the Yonko Thing Major, as been announced. So they want to get to the major. They will use a couple of these rounds as a little bit of a testing ground. They know that these teams are really good. Their opponents, teams like Champion, can also provide a surprise. There are 3 other Apex Out teams here. Why not give it a whirl, see whether they can they can win with these different strategies against teams who are still trying their best. Make no mistake, even though these guys are doing a little bit unorthodox stuff, they are still trying. Each and every team is trying.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
This is a good sort of environment, and yeah, even me and Panda, we were mentioning as well that for a number of those teams, namely the Apex South teams, OBL is sort of like a good testing ground for for the Apex South teams, where obviously they get to go out and try their wits. Yes, you still obviously would want to win, but I doubt that we would see, at least in the current stage, in the current swing of things, a whole lot of teams to start dipping really deep into the strat books as well. So off the back of what we're already seeing, Rivals are looking to actually commit to a quite an upfront sort of defense from the way how they set things up.
Yeah, it's a fairly normal attack so far. You got the Nook below with the frag grenade just waiting for the call. And I think this is also perhaps the reason why Gaming Gladiators went for the Monty ban. It might just have been like a ban to get it out of the way because they want to use it for themselves. Ape, there we go, immediately nets 1 kill. That's onto Pecan, that's a big kill. And Souffle's been tagged up to the wall, I think, over in the kitchen. Ape gets out of there after getting the kill. Now there's attention to back tower. I don't think. Yep, I was gonna say, I don't think ED noticed one more on top. Ape predicts it and somehow doesn't lose his life. Using that Nook ability to hide the cameras really well. Reaps answers that.
Yeah. With Reaps getting better of at least Super Zaddy, that Diana out of the equation, that one of the ARX guns are gone, plethora of, utility. The problem being is that really it is a 2-man job right now. Hold on to the site, because with Souffle being stuck basically on the top floor of the tower, he has to basically defend the score. It actually does nail a really solid shot onto Ape to make it to even out the thing. So now Jackie Wu could start to get a little bit more proactive, I guess is the best way to describe it. As Reaps is actually setting himself up perfect C4 as well off the back of that. Overnight actually manages to push in a goal down to Reaps to actually do any sort of work.
He can. He absolutely can do it. Yeah, he's delivered and he's only got 2 kills so far. He just needs 2 more. Oh, he doesn't track properly onto Tolji, who gets the headshot onto him after taking a couple of those bullets. SMG-11 can be one hell of a weapon, but it is kind of a double-edged sword. You miss your initial burst, that's it for you with that engagement.
An unfortunate turnout there, gotta say, for Reaps, because it all kind of started off for him pretty well. He had a really good plan, pre-set up and everything, but unfortunately just the circumstances, the positions didn't particularly work out. But it's good to see that off the back of the very first round that we did get quite a close contention, all things considered. Yes, GG at the end did manage to overpower, all things considered. Yes, Ape did a phenomenal job, but look, it wasn't a complete washout, which is a very promising thing that I'm very much looking forward to, because Gaming Gladiators, at least in my eyes, this has been a very quiet season. Whilst yes, they're performing, they're doing their due diligence for the most of it. You compare sort of the success story that Direwolf, that Fury had, it is quite a contrasting picture, isn't it?
Yeah, it's basically part of the course though. Like I think outside of Elevate, there's been no team that's done.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
APAC.
That's true.
APAC North. So you had CAG and who was it from APAC North in Stage 1? CAG and Sandbox, was it?
I believe so.
Yeah, something like that.
Damn one.
Yeah, I think Damwon missed out on Charlotte because I was there and I didn't meet them. As told you, gets the first pick again. This is something that Gaming Gladiators did in the previous round as well. Early picks, Souffle's down too! Pecan could have lost his life as well. I thought Ape was going to pick it up. Didn't expect Pecan to be there. But this is playing out exactly as it did in the past round, Cthulhu. You had Direwolves coming in, getting 2 big opening kills, dealing damage, as well as the third player. And then after that, oh, what an aggressive play from Pecan. They traded back, and it's 3v3 again. And this time around, I think Pecan is looking a lot more punchy, and this could be a round win for Direwolves, unlike in the previous round. That's what they didn't do right. Too much time elapsed before they got the trades.
But see, the thing is though, for GG, it's been so far a very sort of back and forth play. Yes, they're managing to find those early picks, and yes, it is a good sort of thing. But the problem is that they're starting to get a little bit more complacent. Whereas Direwolves sort of straight from the get-go after round 1, they realize how much of the pressure is already going to be coming out from their opponents. So it seems like they just decided, okay, well, let's actually just play for our own pick. And well, whilst it doesn't look as pure as I'm intending to describe, but in sort of their own terms, players like Pecan did sort of they do play around that comfort zone in terms of they can go kind of rampant with whatever weapon they have, and they still feel comfortable to re-swing, go for another.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, that play from Pecan was absolutely brazen. It's not something you would expect. Like, even in Ranked Cthulhu, like, that's the kind of play that makes you think, like, oh my god, what is he doing? Why is he playing so much?
Why are you here?
It's so unexpected. It's so brazen, it's so bold. Loki gets another, though. I don't even know how he got that one. Just popped out from behind the barrels and reeled one off. Hovenhurst with the R4C. That R4C is absolutely so good again. Once more. Still have the elbow hold. 2 smoke babes have been utilized. Reach has 1 more left, and when is he going to use that? 30 seconds left. Is he going to go for it? Told him to get it out so that his team can push in. Rick splashes himself. Hovenhurst does clean it up though, and they know the final man is in elbow. Reaps won us again in that 1vx clutch.
Oh yeah, indeed, yeah. Reaps right now having a plethora of problems. Not a whole lot of positions really to play around. Not a whole lot of HP either. Things are looking very, very dire. Difficult. I say that though. Nails told you absolutely right on the forehead. Completely demolishes him. But the unfortunate thing right now, the wall completely reinforced. He has to go through those choke points that initially were set up by his own teammates. And now actually Reaps has a perfect position. No, does not check the left corner at all.
They were isolated.
And that is the downfall. Yeah, that was the perfect timing for him to push as well. Just unfortunately did not check the right position. And yeah, at the end of it all, things did not work out whatsoever. So 2 points. This time, this one looked a whole lot more, progressive for GG, wasn't it?
Yeah. So like this time around, they made the win happen in the late round execute. Previously, I would say they kind of got the win early on, because by the time they started getting to site, they were just trading bodies back and forth. This time around, it was like 3v3 within 2 minutes, right? Got the 2 openings, and after that, they got pegged back, and then after they consolidated, they took their time, and then after that, they took their time and just came in, got the information, and took the kills. Very nicely played from Reaps over there. I think he could have gotten the clutch, just didn't check that corner a little bit. He could have just swung a little bit to the left. He had the shotgun out. Hibana wouldn't have turned in time. It was the best possible scenario. There was no crossfire set up, which was failing of Gaming Gladiators that you don't want to be seeing. Lucky not to be punished for that right now. To get away with it. They're 2-0 up. ED, oh my god, with the rank star.
He wanted that
style play, just rushing out the moment action phase starts to kill a drone.
Look, I mean, denying the information gathering and sort of forcing the attack to attempt to go for those sort of base check angles, that would be one of the suggestions, wouldn't it? Now though, yeah, in comes Crypto from Hoven, who gets sturdy on the spray, but so is Pecan. He's even sturdier on that play. Lands a really quality shot. That's Ash out of the equation. That's actually quite a big early pick, and I think first time in 3 rounds that it's the Direwolves that actually open up this scoreline.
So historically, I haven't checked these statistics in a while, but historically, the team that gets the opening kill, if it's untraded, usually goes on to win the round. And in the past 2 rounds, I think that holds. You obviously had a 3v3 situation eventually, But, you know, when Abe walked in the previous round of the back stairs, he got 2 kills for the price of 1, aka his life. Which is why he still ended up being Gaming Gladiators. But we are in sight! What? Super Zaddy was in sight!
Zaddy just decided to say, okay, well, heck all your defense setups, I'm just gonna waltz in. Unfortunately, does sort of end up, yeah, he ends up losing his own life, which was rather unfortunate as Riggs already trying to apply the pressure. As it stands, yeah, Riggs falls as well. No chances whatsoever been given. Told you left all alone against 2 swing, double swing as a matter of fact. Pull down to RP to try to do anything for the KMRS, but even then, he did not align at all. Well, it seems like the history does repeat itself here in Finn. The first blood does sort of lead to the winning round.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're gonna play so brazenly, which is what GG did, like they completely lost their heads, Cthulhu. There was nothing professional about that whole execute at all. Like Super Zaddy walks in like, you know, isn't bragged. Like you see like one icon just like walking into sight. You're like, dude, we are like clearing first floor. What are you doing? And he's like in. He gets a kill, gets himself traded. Sure, he gets on the scoreboard and everything like that. But I don't think that was very useful at all, because that kind of seemed to put Gaming Gladiators in a bit of a panic. They all try to walk in. They try to be aggressive in the follow-up, but the follow-up was way too late. Super Zaddy had no support. Gaming Gladiators either didn't provide it, or Super Zaddy did something of a suicide solo play. Whatever the case, it was a bad idea. Stuff that you see in ranked. It didn't work out for obvious reasons, and when you start trading bodies like that, as you said, Cthulhu, the team that got the kill first, the body advantage, is going to come out on top.
Yeah, definitely felt like it was a little bit of a sort of a rush play or sort of a bit of panic play there, but we're already getting to see, you know, the introduction of Amaru from Toji, which I'm actually quite curious about, as the Garakok may actually just come around very soon. Interestingly enough, do you reckon we could actually see that big momentum play off the back of, you know, the disruption from Ape on the Nook and then Toji to sort of get himself in?
Yeah, I thought, you know, usually with the Garakok, there's 2 places that you think the Amaru would be using. One is to take quick control of Big Tower, which didn't happen because there was no one in Big Tower, which I think Gaming Gladiators realized. So like, okay, there's no point launching yourself in, no point using yourself in. Then they realized, okay, the second place we can go is over here on the south window, the single window that you launch yourself into. Unfortunately, Ape has lost his life. That play isn't really going to work out. That wall is going to stay closed, and Reaps holding on with a Kiba barrier as well. They're going to lose one.
Yeah, look, a bit of a misplay there from Reaps on the Kiba barrier, but yes, he does in fact kill. He plays that vertical angle really, really well. I mean, that was pre-played really nicely previously as well. Super Zaddy just cannot catch a break either amidst it all. But funnily enough, the impact trick does not actually come to fruition. Rick's actually able to get pretty good sort of free real estate for himself and get the breaches done. But at least for what it's worth, it seems like Gaming Gladiator is sort of back on the usual track. When you look at the health pool, it doesn't look particularly too healthy.
All set.
Yeah, Super Zaddy. I don't know what Super Zaddy was doing there. He came in again. It's the same thing that I think he did last round. He came in way too late / early to the scene, took a bunch of damage, and then came away with nothing to show for it. Like, he did 30 damage to Reaps. Oh, fantastic! It's negligible. It's not really going to matter when you have the man count advantage on the defense. So Reaps is not going to be worried. He's got 4 kills already. He's got all of his teammates up.
Yeah.
The problem with that is Super Zaddy was just too late. If you want to fight that angle, you got to be there with Ape.
He can also fight, actually. That might just happen with 30 seconds remaining. Things could get elevated pretty quickly. Jackie will have to really counter the play here. And the Reap already doing absolutely godly work here. Jackie finally killed Zaddy. Down goes Jackie will finally, courtesy of Toji, but at this point already so much damage has been dealt, it's basically negligible, really. And, well, the finisher comes around to him. So this time, well, Direwolves continue their sort of their own uprising. And this sort of loops back to the point we sort of made at the beginning of the broadcast as well, is that out of a whole lot of teams Direwolves can play for that endurance game. I mean, we're remembering the ye-old game of Direwolves versus Fury that happened just the last Playday. Their first half was a 5-1 that went in, then into 6-1, and then the remainder of the round was proceeded to be all Direwolves without over. So, at least to me, this basically sings that for Direwolves, look, yes, they may be, you know, in 2 rounds deficit, 3 rounds deficit. They have the ability to sort of recover themselves and sort of get back to the general swing of things, it seems. And I'm not even too sure what to really, or rather who to attribute this sort of boon to, because that is a gargantuan effort, isn't it?
10 seconds remaining.
They've obviously been capitalizing the past few
5
rounds
seconds to go.
over the complete sloppiness displayed from gameplay. I mentioned that in round 2, right? Like,
locate a bomb.
PG was sloppy, but they got away with it. Eventually, you know, they did those 2 successful basement defenses. Now they have another shot. No, this is the first floor defense. So we have an early engagement from Pecan coming in at the back tower stairs. It's really been where the rounds have been won and lost earlier on. Gaming Gladiators, they get away with the sloppiness if they get this opening kill here on backstairs.
True.
If they don't, then everything just falls to pieces because everyone starts losing their head, particularly Super Zaddy in like the 8th round.
Well, speaking already, Alpes are actually already going full on in. Does get a really solid frag. That is Reeves as well. Actually, who has been able to find through the opening itself. So that is actually almost surprising, but it's the fact that it was just the drone that had such a perfect positioning, knowing exactly where Reeps was. So Ape was basically expecting that swing to really happen. Well done so far. I mean, it seems like Gaming Gladiators is looking at that general wing of things. Can't just... He heard maybe something a whole lot closer. He knew. Yeah.
But there was a drone watching the goal.
Yeah. Unfortunate, really.
What? Cthulhu, correct me if I'm wrong, but these guys here look like they're playing in like some sort of like brain funk or something, because their reaction times have been so slow this round. Everyone who has gone into an engagement, Ape was slow, then Reek was slower, Ekan was super slow just now as well. Homenhurst was fast a little bit. It's just looking a little bit confused, both of these teams.
Yeah, look, there's definitely some sort of mystery currently going between the 2 rosters because, yeah, it's been a very sort of complete overpowerment.
Oh, Super!
Yeah, oh no, Zaddy, what?
Attackers are activating.
How does Super gift him that sort of win is beyond me. That's a base borderline. But what in the Kentucky round was that? It's just completely beyond me, man.
This game, Cthulhu, has been very weird so far. It's been absolutely funky. It's been absolutely chaotic. You can see that Gaming Gladiators aren't actually having that much fun than what you would expect, because the way that they're playing, this is the kind of playstyle you'd expect when, you know, they don't really care about it, they're trying to have some fun, they're trying to keep it chill, but like everyone on GG looks super stressed. Super Zaddy in particular looks like he is very concerned at his own performance, I think. Like Direwolves are like whatever, they are like, okay, we've gotten like 2 rounds, we want to get the 3rd as well. GG looks a little stressed, but maybe I'm looking at GG. It's so weird. That was a chaotic round, and there's not much analysis to do.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of things to really even mention overall, because it's been such a sort of strange occurrence here and there. The fact that, you know, Direwolves are still occasionally getting some really good catches on the Gaming Gladiators, and then we sort of see that sort of return. It is good to see at least that there's that sort of bounce back play to, you know, lean into. But I suppose my question here is just how much of that bounce back sort of ability is there left from Gaming Gladiators, purely for the fact that it's been sort of like it would damage, you know, the morale, the fact that they, you know, wouldn't be able to find the rounds consistently and frequently. So things could certainly take a turn.
Nice.
ED, audacious position, but suppose it paid off.
See, the whole thing in this matchup, and in that previous round particularly, and really every round is that these guys are playing it exactly their rank. They're playing off angles. They're going in like the Ape in Attic previous round, just smashes the walls, walks straight in and gets a kill. That's kind of things that you expect like your star player in your stack in rank to do. Like, no, you just want him to get the kills, and then you guys can like bring the utility goes ahead, rooting for him far away, because you're not a coordinated professional team, you're just a rank stack. This is what it's looking like from Gaming Gladiators and Dial. Even ED in that position, that off angle, that's the kind of things that you do to get your kill, and Hovenhurst has brought the shotgun.
He brought the suppressed shotgun. The one thing that actually did receive quite a buff technically, because, well, there's no reasoning to not run the suppressor on the shotguns, as there's no more distraction from the range, so it's a perfect weapon. Yeah, but it still feels weird for me to say this, that the suppressor for shotguns it's great.
Bomb located by attackers.
I have no problem with the shotgun, and we've clearly seen it used in APAC North to successful end. Really, the Japanese teams particularly. You've seen it in the past as well. Cthulhu, I'm sure you remember back when like JJ was on Norengo. He loved that shotgun. He brought it on suppressor as well, particularly on Consulate. I remember very clearly. So there are some things that you can say about it. But with 30 seconds left to go, the 4v4, this is actually looking like the most normal round of them all.
Yeah. This definitely feels like this is the round where this will go really either way. Pecan absolutely gets ridden with the flashbangs, but as it stands, actually gets the pretty well. All things considered, Dial actually keeping a really nice numbers advantage, and the swing is clinical here. Reaps just doing work there. 7-4 already looking to swing. He's sharp with it. Bada bing, bada boom. That's round 6 to go into the hands of Dial.
So obviously this one is a little bit more that I can talk about. It was a round that started off decently, or rather it started off weirdly, again. Started very ranked style, ED got that kill, and then there was answered back by Hovenhurst with a shotgun somewhere. Then it all settled down, things calmed down, it became a little bit more professional, and that's when Direwolves won the round, because they just starved Gaming Gladiators off the time when it came to the execute. We talked about how it was 4v4 at 30 seconds, and these guys were not even making their way down the back tower stairs. It was only the Gemini that was still collecting information. Where at Harry Potter, they were still getting information on elbow, and you know, when you were having that kind of situation, hot dropping the hatch. The Havana of Rix, I think it was, just tried to do something, couldn't get the kills, and they were panicking. And it was a little bit of panic on Direwolf's side as well, but you have the man count advantage, or rather you have the time advantage, and you're waiting for the attackers to come to you, so it worked out for them. 3-3 though, this is where actually Gaming Gladiators were on the reverse side in APAC South. Gaming Gladiators were 3-3 after their first half defense. Now Gaming Gladiators get 3 on the attack and go on to the defense in a flip of that scenario last week.
Yeah, look, I gotta say I'm quite curious how will this half really evolve from here on out, because there's definitely been a sort of interesting dynamic where sort of the beginning for Direwolves has definitely been a bit of a shaky one there. They've been trying to sort of find their groove, but it seems like now with them going on to the attack, it's up to them to really start dictating the general sort of pace. GG though, on the other hand, they want to take those outer gunfights, and I mean it already shows. ED falls Jackie out of the equation as well, and one more falls, and Pecan is gone. It's all down to Reaps, and it's all a very depressing picture that is going to be painted here.
What?
I say that though.
What else? So I'm like the color caster, right? Cthulhu, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed
Honestly,
to do?
just enjoy the ride. Enjoy the ride.
Attackers have located a
Rips
bomb.
10 kills and 4 deaths, and his team is about to lose this round again. He's firing off blind frag grenades based on like default positions. They're not gonna connect. We saw the smoke just now of Hovenhurst trying for a spawn peek. I think he got one, and then after that he died. We had Ape as well get 1 kill. Zaddy got 2 maybe. Reaps loses his Gemini. I think Gaming Gladiators seem to know where Reaps is. He can do this, he has the time, but with the way that both these teams have been playing, it is absolutely anyone's game, and Gaming Gladiators have realized that rotation has come out. I don't know how. Maybe it's the camera, actually. Probably the camera.
The camera, but right now Reaps is actually walking into a very dangerous position where he could be absolutely gunned down. He just keeps on rotating around, and it's just that continuous mind game right now coming out from him. Very, though, eloquently executed, though, I have to say. Right now, though, well, GG are understanding that at this point they just have to go for the cheesier plays. C4 prep actually perfect down as well. Baits out even the C4 play. This could be all workable. 42 seconds
Why are you
to
getting
go
a drone
in.
there?
This could be big. This is where we could see the Reaps actually clutch out. And he does!
He gets it! How? Oh my god. The way he got on the drone there, I thought, like, Gaming Gladiators would do it, but Reaps, absolutely, look at that, he is hyped in the bottom left. Edie is laughing, he cannot believe what just happened. And GG look like they want to cry, except for, like,
this is turbo tilt. Yeah, this is absolute turbo tilt right now for GG, which is,
that's like the stuff that happens in rank. You're like, just hold the crossfire, guys, and then teammates don't hold the crossfire, and you're like, I told you, this is what's gonna happen. In stage 2, Reaps was like, I think, if I remember correctly, 10,000 MMR. So like, apparently that's how a 10,000 MMR player plays.
Looks like it. Look, I mean, for all intents and purposes, he read the situation.
Drone angle on the right
perfectly.
side, yeah.
Yeah, has been a great turnout for him, and I mean the way how
5 seconds
he
left.
played, the way how he preempted, he knew exactly where to go, where to aim, and how to
Attackers must
fight.
locate
Really,
and defuse a bomb.
so this has been absolutely sensational. I have to give it to him. Though, I do want to say I'm kind of curious to see what could be done here for Gaming Gladiators, because obviously Direwolves can't really just rely on Reaps consistently. So at which point does this whole, the quote-unquote the coping mechanism falter, really?
I don't know, man. I don't know what Gaming Gladiators. Frankly speaking, I do not know what the objective is from this match. We have had 7 rounds, alright, Cthulhu. And we talked about how some teams in Apex are using this as like a testing ground of some funky new strategies. They're using a testing ground of like operator selections and stuff like that, operator bans. They're playing Gaming Gladiators with Super Zaddy. Sure, they want to give an experience, that's fine. As long as he's like slotting into like those roles, that is still going to be transferable information that you can bring over to Apex South. But the way that they've played, even if Super Zaddy is doing exactly what Joe would, which is not exactly one for one, even then, like, there's not really something that you can learn too much from, and Direwolves are not allowing them to learn too much from it as well, as Reaps somehow gets an early kill. This, I think, leaps in through the window, I assume.
Curious.
Attackers have located a bomb.
What a thing happened. As it stands though, with Ape out of the equation, GG rightfully seem to have been rather stressed for all the right reasons. Even though he has the perfect angle, a simple swing and the one pump will be basically the end of him. Frag Grenades does not confirm, but the play, the double actually coming around, nearly a triple for the triple. It is in fact a triple right now. GG will be triumphing because Hoven right now, he is just playing the absolute ballad of destruction here.
The attachment that he has on that gun, because like apparently it's the attachment that everyone in rank needs to have. He just gets 3 kills while being concussed. they knew Direwolf where he was, and they have seemingly thrown this round away. But I said that in the previous round as well, although it was a little bit more manageable than 1v2 and basically 1.5 minutes left. Souffle right now doesn't have much time and has 4 members of Gaming Gladiators in mind.
This is so far looking rather dire situation. I say that though, Gaming Gladiators, they are doing a solid job keeping themselves alive. This time not really allowing anyone to really clutch up any further, really. There's been an attempt, there's been a trial to, you know, perform that very similar sort of piece of effort, but, well, that's not going to be the actual case. Curious to see, though, how will we be able to, you know, go into the remainder of this match.
Attackers need to locate
and be able to, you know, roll into this with which team would be able to, you know, come around with a match. I mean, with the way how they've been sort of facing that we've been. I mean, do we expect that this one Gaming Gladiators to actually come out victorious?
It could. I still think just, you know, with how sides kind of work out. So I talked about this with Lad, I think, a couple of weeks back, and, you know, just in stage 2, the general trend was that if you win, if you're on the attack, basically, you win the game. The team that goes on the attack first, I think, you won your match 60% of the time. That's in stage 2, things have obviously changed, big meta shifts have come in. But Gaming Gladiators, they're on the defense in the second half. And I think that, you know, it makes sense logically, right? Because you start off on the attack and then after that you get to go on the more comfortable side, which is defense. Especially when you come to maps such as Oregon, where it does work out most of the time in the defense's favor. It's just a little bit hard to attack with so many angles and such a different map layout to each, you know, all the other maps.
And I mean, you look at the Oregon itself can be rather dynamic. Well, speaking of that, a rather dynamic death as well for Ape as well, courtesy of Reaps continuing his absolute rampage. Reaps once again has been proving that he is a borderline now a core sort of player for Direwolves to keep themselves in a run. And it's amazing to see that when, you know, for a team of caliber that is Direwolves, the way how Reap's been playing has been, well, not life-changing yet, but it's been enough to allow Direwolves to just basically go and say, oh yeah, we could just, you know, we can occasionally forgive ourselves for the mistakes or for the tomfoolery that has been committed, and instead just sort of let Reaps do Reaps things, it seems. Because I mean, you look at some of the other performers. I mean, 2-7 for Jackal, 2-7 to ED, whereas Reaps is farming.
Calling them up.
Well, this round is looking like it's gonna go to Dial's autos. He just gets out there in time as the call comes out. Oh, and smoke grenade, not a frag, very lucky. So he's gonna hold station, he's not gonna cut the call as Hub and Her gets one kill elsewhere. 1 minute, the smoke grenades are going out, and Direwolves might have left themselves a little bit short on time. Hub and Her hits his own camera for some reason. I think they probably got hacked. That's the reason, and they have one on top wide right now. Because he's gonna get pulled out, takes the fight. Can't really land it. 30 seconds. Can TW do this?
Oh, pull on something here already, given that Tolji just picked himself up. A really solid kill. That's, well, only now leaving, well, 2 players as Pecan pulls as well. ED, full HP, Reaps only 1 shot away. Reaps just swings like his life depends on it. Actually, indeed, he will. Perfect play. 2v2, 15 seconds remaining, though. There needs to be a play to happen. Double stack. In comes Reaps. Goes into the screen. He knows about the presence of one of the players, but unfortunately, ED just cannot hold his position. Reaps just tries to run away. The pistol is there. Not enough time. Wait, no, there is enough. There's a pistol finisher.
Again.
How does he do that?
IQ on this man, or should I say the ranked experience on this man, this time, GG see the funny side of it. Like, Reaps hitting the deck, going for the ultimate ranked play by shooting through the bottom of the bed frame. Reaps can't believe it himself. Man, you had 10k MMR at one point. I'm sure you've done wilder stuff than that, because that is like straight up from top bins. I cannot believe it. That just
to locate and defuse bomb.
It looks stupid, it looks a little bit funky, but that is performing under pressure, no doubt about that. He had the wherewithal to understand what was going on, understand he cannot sprint across, and he went for it. That was his Hail Mary attempt. He got
Attackers
it.
have discovered the location of a bomb.
Got it indeed, yeah. Look, he did it with absolute grace, I have to say, and it's been absolutely phenomenal to watch him perform the way how he did, the way how he just held his prowess. Be genuinely a pleasant sort of turnout so far. So look, I'm definitely looking forward to see what could be introduced here, what could be done, what we could sort of bear witness here as well, because look, I reckon with the way how it's all been sort of went around,
recovered the diffuser.
Direwolves, if they continue allowing Reaps to do the way how he's been playing, the absolute maddest things that he's been performing, honestly, sign me out.
Sign me up for more of this matchup, really, as we got to bring the suppressed class. ED takes a lot of damage as he leaps out of the window, I think. Might have been a second floor engagement. You see there's someone up there trying to get an angle onto the main stairs. Yeah, what are you doing? With glass up in big tower with a suppressed DMR. I think the goal, the goal should be to push in through attic, and after that try and use the smokes and the DMR. Get a long angle, pull attic out, otherwise this is being get close to the flood. GG have done something that they weren't able to in a couple of rounds. Gotten Reaps off the board as kills just rain in back and forth.
Okay, yeah, look, Jackie Wu actually still manages to keep on pumping out the damage despite the unfortunate circumstances here. Holden, Monster tries to get as, as mobile as he can, but as it stands, yeah, look, Gaming Gladiator is continuing to dish out some more punishment, despite the fact that Super Zaddy, his next engagement may just end up being the fatal one. Alpha round gone already. Direwolves kind of been reset back to sort of ground one. Reaps, unfortunately, no longer having sort of the ground to be able to even form, now leaves it all down to, well, the remainder of the squad to really try to perform at all. Clearance coming around, nothing too big, but as it stands, maybe we could find a few frags. We can't trying to staunch.
You left it outside!
No, he dropped the diffuser. Oh, Lord. He still has one more from smoke grenade, though.
He does, yeah. At least he has that, and at least, by walking in, he got rid of the Aruni gate, but Jackie was taken out. And 50 seconds, 2 members left. They still have to go for the plant. Essentially, Fakeon's gonna be 1v4 here.
It needs to go down, but Souffle actually elects to just full on push here. They could just keep on just alt walking in, but there's already angle being held right at that doorway. Souffle will be at a disadvantage, and now rotating so many people. One falls, but no, it's a double spray. Super Zaddy to wrap up yet another round. We are continuing the neck and neck race here. Infian 5-5 scoreline. Well, looking to continue the storyline that well whilst. Look, Direwolves just recently claimed the first place. It is still a closely contested match. Yeah, forced to actually come around, and yeah, tactical timeout from Direwolves as well.
Wow. Okay, so I think the logic behind this timeout is obviously Direwolves are realizing, Reaps, you are 17-6. We cannot keep relying on you and you alone. There was like 3 clutches that he has gotten so far already. 1v3, 1v2. Why has the match started again? Yeah, I thought the 45-second timeout, a little bit of a glitch, I think. Oh, we might need a rehost. I'm hearing from our producers. Direwolves obviously confused. I'm confused. You guys won't be confused. Just listen. We will give you the information. Just listen on, and we'll come back. And there seems to be something going on in this matchup right now.
10 seconds
But
left.
yeah, the tactical timeout makes sense.
5
Direwolves
seconds
need
to
to
insertion.
basically start pulling the weight as a team.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Absolutely.
Play my trump card.
Looking to ensure to keep themselves in a running. Have to see if that is actually, if there's any sort of solution at the end of it all for Direwolves, given that, yeah, look, relying on Reaps is all great and all, but yeah, certainly things are particularly too pretty, all things considered. Ape, okay, ends up killing himself. Look, at this point, this is looking already to be an absolute chaos. Okay, there is a rehouse. There we go.
Okay, that makes sense because like we got a call like in our ears from producer like we're having a rehost and then like the round started and I was like, okay, I guess we're not having a rehost and Ape killed himself and I'm like, maybe we are having a rehost. Okay, so we are having a rehost. I believe there was some issue with like the timeout and which is why we had the whole back and forth. But Cthulhu, this is 5-5 right now, as you said. This could just go all the way to max OT, the way things are going. The Direwolves are clearly unhappy with their level of performance from everyone except for Reaps. Reaps playing at this level, no surprise. I want to say that Shaki Wu and Souffle in particular not going positive is a little bit concerning. That is not something you usually see. And which is why they've been so successful in Apex South so far. And in the Operation League. We said how they have not lost a single game, whether in overtime or in regulation time so far. And that's mainly because even though Reaps is leading the way, the rest of the team always turns up.
Yeah. Curious that sort of the way how things been so far evolving. For GG, they're at least able to find a good sort of set of ways to combat their opponents in one shape or the other. It seems like we are continuing that sort of a really thorough sort of run for them. They continuing to sort of find their own ways of, finding the frags. But look, instead of me waffling here, Infin, with the way how so far things going, regardless of the end outcome of this matchup, do we expect, off the back of what already has been shown, do we expect Direwolves to be the next contestants to possibly even try to push themselves into that top 2 position, or is it going to be just sort of that sort of top 3 sort of running away with all the points, and then the rest of the leaderboard trying to play catch up?
It all depends on, I think the next couple of rounds. I think Direwolves are going to maintain their flawless run. They're not going to lose this matchup. Overall, I think you will agree with me that Gaming Gladiators have looked a little bit sloppier. Although they are on the defense right now with 2 more rounds to go, they should be able to close it out, but they are being sloppy in clutch situations. They are being sloppy when they were on the attack. If it goes to OT, for example, they will have to play an attack at least once. Fury will probably win their matchup later on, and that is certainly, I think, going to separate that top 2 a little bit further, because as you noted, Cthulhu, in the pre-match analysis, even if Gaming Gladiators get 3 points, Direwolves and Fury are still going to stay ahead. That top 2 is going to stay top 2. Maybe they'll swap positions up and down, but that's about it. Direwolves, I think they're going to go to 19. Fury are going to join them. 19 or 18, I think. It's just look at these guys on the cameras, as we noted. They are looking fairly relaxed, and because Reaps in particular, Reaps has just been fragging out of his mind. That's why the pressure, I think, will not really get to them. The fact that they're on the attack. They have taken a tactical timeout. They are taking it seriously, but they're not getting too pressured by it.
Yeah, I'll definitely agree with you on the fact that, for GG, they only feel like they are sort of pressured, but they're not. as odd as it sounds, but yeah, look, I'm still curious if they would be able to, you know, keep on repeating their absolute feats, because it's been quite a roller coaster. Let's just say that with the way how it's been rolling up. Look, GG, they can absolutely bring in the big play here, the absolute, you know, devastation to Direwolves, and I think if they will be able to shut down the sort of win streak of Direwolves here, I think we could start talking about, well, yes, endurance game is all great and good, but at which point, you know, those top two teams start cracking under all this pressure, under all of these games, maybe even, you know, a certain burnout might start hitting them.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Like, I think we saw the burnout, which is why, like, we saw the burnout hit Direwolves, or like we saw the dip. That was stage 2, right? They missed out on the Berlin Major. They played really poorly in Apex South. They were looking more like the 2021 selves rather than, you know, the reconfigured situation that they had in Charlotte that got them to Charlotte. They put Harambe to an assistant coaching position. They brought Reaps in. Absolute bang-on decision that they have made. He's sipping bubble tea, and he is chilling. No, I think they're gonna be fine. What if Gaming Gladiators do end the streak for Direwolves? We should focus more on them. That would be, I think, the correct thing to do. Just talk about how Gaming Gladiators are bringing themselves back into this top 3 fight. That's when, you know, they're going to keep it competitive. Even if Fury get up to 19, that will mean Gaming Gladiators maintain that 4-point gap to them. Direwolves will be second, just 1 point ahead of Gaming Gladiators. That will stratify a little bit more. Champion could well win their matchup later as well, depending on what happens, and that will further muddy the waters. That will make it a top 4 fight. I think, all in all, Gaming Gladiators have a chance to bring themselves back. They just need to use this technical timeout, which is a technical timeout, by the way. I think it was perhaps meant to be a tactical. But regardless, it's given a chance for Gaming Gladiators to talk to each other and figure out why they have been so sloppy. And maybe a chance for them to just shore things up and look long term.
Yeah, look long term is probably the best way to really describe this. Certainly we'll have to agree with you here. I'm not too sure how will this sort of break will overall really impact, because I think this is where sort of the general sort of big play could really come into the play, where, you know, the last play day upsets could really start coming into, you know, fruition, although we still have half a season to go. But the teams that's half of the opportunities already gone to try to claim some of the points. And I mean, the most of it really could start talking about, you know, how will Elevate possibly could really lay their claim onto that 4th place yet again, how Gaming Gladiators could start, you know, shortening that sort of gap between the top 2 and the rest of the leaderboard. But yeah, as it stands, it's certainly quite a interesting timeline, given that, well, now one would think that this is sort of the time where, you know, we still could get to try different strats, different plays, but in reality, this is, I think, one of the more impactful matches that we could see sort of in the long run, where if Gaming Gladiators do prevail, yes, this doesn't per se shift the general sort of dynamic of the points, apart from the fact that Fury could very much just reclaim their 1st place. But it makes it so that from here on out, whoever has the 3rd place position can actually contest now for the top 2.
Yeah, indeed. And we're going to throw to a break. I know you guys are very excited to win those R6 credits and the pin, which, you know, I broke it out. It's a very cool pin, I think. I like how it's on me. So you guys can win that. I know you guys can win that. You only have to put it once in chat. You know, hashtag call your shots, 1 word. But we're gonna go to a break, and we'll be right back while we try and get this sorted out so we can get you to the conclusion of this very exciting match.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Mine need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what's say that. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone. zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up 'cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So gone, I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there at that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up 'cause I'm back in my zone now. 'Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up 'cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, look so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, look so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, look so deceiving. Trying to fight back just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the matchup finally. It took us quite a fair bit to get things fixed up and underway, but 5-5 is our current scoreline. Going into, well, round 11. This is the one that will be deciding as to which team will be able to claim themselves at least 1 point going into this very, well, into the conclusion of this very matchup. For Direwolves, look, this just means that it's now a 1 point will mean they will be able to continue at least extending their lead despite the unfortunate loss. For Gaming Gladiators, if they would be the ones to solidify themselves at 6th point, well, that means that it is going to be a, well, 1 step closer to, well, shortening that sort of positioning. In fact, well, we've already seen some very deciding sort of plays after such a long break. Surely for a team like Direwolves, they would be able to get back into the general swing of things, seeing as they're already looking to completely change up the lineup of the operators. I mean, introduction of the Capitao, the Twitch as well.
Yeah, I think the team that will benefit more from this is Direwolves. They're already looking for, I think, a chance to just figure things out and just be a little bit more supportive to Reaps, as we discussed earlier on. They would have gotten the chance to calm down, just figure things out, play a little bit more seriously, even if it's just for these 2 rounds. They sent another drone in to figure out where Tolji is still in Harry Potter. Gets a little bit of damage done to him with that Twitch drone. That was a little bit of a waste. But the Twitch should... 3rd drone, essentially, that goes in. Not great utility use. Reaps is going to send out a frag grenade, try to flush him out. The Pillars play is going to be a little bit more pivotal in this. C4 goes out in return. Utility being wasted on both sides. I'm not sure whether that actually destroyed the Banshee. It was pretty close to it. But that Pillar player, Super Zaddy, is going to be pivotal to this whole engagement. And Pikan's going to try to have to help with this.
He will be with Hoven already getting the better of Reaps. The big performer yet again out of the equation. That's the Yana gone. The, well, quite a plethora of utility out of the equation. Remaining though, kind of seem to have trouble a little bit around, trying to find the right sort of positioning. They can't, trying to staunch up through the, oh Jesus, through the smoke. Another smoke comes around. This time, Tolji claiming to become live. Hoven as well doubles down. It's all just complete a washout. Well, Direwolves all down to Jackie Wood, even he can't do anything. They're getting completely massacred and Infian. It is Gaming Gladiators that claimed themselves the 6th point.
So apparently that worked out really well for Gaming Gladiators, and obviously, you know, that's not what we predicted. It's not what I thought would happen, but it does make sense. I just thought it would be overshadowed. So obviously I think what happened is Gaming Gladiators, they knew that they were being extremely sloppy in the first 10 rounds. They lost 3 clutches, I think, or like 2 clutches to Reaps alone. They were just playing in weird positions. They were not playing as a team. People were doing solo plays. People were doing ranked stuff. Going too aggressive against a team that will punish you for it at times. And I think we just reined that in. We didn't see any ridiculous spawn peaks in that round. We didn't see anyone playing absurd angles or positions that shouldn't be working with proper droning. We just saw a Gaming Gladiators that was very disciplined. We saw how Tolji was droned out 3 times in that position and Harry Potter, and after that he still stuck to his guns. He had faith in Super Zaddy, he had Pillars, he had faith in the rest of his team to just hold the line, which is exactly what you need to do on a basement defense. A basement defense is already very simple. Hold the line when it comes to the execute, and use your utility.
Attackers must locate.
That's exactly what I did, except for like the errant
C4. Look, even, I mean, the C4 sort of did its job at just holding off the general sort of push around there, sort of keeping them on their toes. But yes, you are correct, absolutely. It's been, just a sort of a trial of trust, I suppose you could call it, for Gaming Gladiators and the way how they held their play. Now for the upstairs side, this is sort of now starting to get, pun unintended, quite dire for Direwolves, really, with the way how, they weren't able to establish a consistent sort of ground with the way how now Hoven gets a free pick, uncontested, against the sole breacher, mind you, as well, of Direwolves. Things is definitely looking very, very difficult. Yeah, Reaps, he managed to tank up one of the Capcan traps. He needs to be a whole lot more cautious about how he approaches this.
Yep, no more Finka in the meta. No more Finka to juice herself back up, although she is still very, very useful. Even though she doesn't bring frag grenades to the table, all that LMG at the same damage output and the same recoil output. Still looking okay for Direwolves, although getting that kill was a little bit brazen from Dana Radiant. What I praise them for not doing
Attackers have
in the
recovered their
previous round.
diffuser.
Early engagements really should be taken by those fragging operators such as the Katan or such as the Jaeger or even the Melusi. Really people who want to stay on site with the C4s and stuff and the smokes should, in my opinion, be a little bit more careful.
Thinking about the carefulness, all of a sudden, Direwolves find themselves at the player advantage. Managing to tag up even Super Zaddy to just below 50 HP. Things are looking a little bit problematic. Shotgun from above, though, could really solve at least one of the 4 problems right now posing for Gaming Gladiators. Only the 4 remaining players of Direwolves. I say that vertical play, oh my lord, Reaps is just sharp right now. Completely shuts down that play. It's all down to Holden and Toji. Holden now already managed to prove that he's an absolute god when it comes down to shotguns. Unfortunately, that range doesn't particularly favor him.
Is gonna get a freebie right now as he jumps right onto Pika, and the smoke grenade is gonna go out. The plant is going down though, and Reaps does stop it, plays it really well.
Attackers activated.
But oh, the double down comes around. It's actually all down to Jackie Wu all of a sudden to do any sort of job here. Toji could absolutely outsmart his opponent here right now, even with the time taken against him. No information though about the position. Jackie Wu, he does close it all out at the end. We are going into the overtime, ladies and gentlemen. My god. This could have been the round where Gaming Gladiators could have wrapped up. This could have been their 3-pointers to completely and utterly shatter the chances for Direwolves to really get stay in the contention. But the problem now being, yes, we highlighted this in the early stages as well. Yes, it is the Reaps show right now for Direwolves. Yes, he's the big driving force. But at least now we can see that Direwolves have managed to sort of bring it back where at least some of the other players are starting to, pitch in on the whole quote-unquote dilemma where, Souffle, where Jackie was able to perform should it happen. But certainly a few reassessments need to come around for a couple other players of DW if they want to find, more consistency against some of the higher caliber teams.
I think that was a decent round from Direwolves as off the back of Reaps, but essentially Jackie Wu won that 1v1. Sloppy from Reaps itself, eating a second Capcan trap at the top of White Stairs. Got away with it thanks to Jackie Wu. Toji couldn't really finish it up. I think this is what we expected. So rematch, we talked about this, and even when Gaming Gladiators were looking a little bit down and out, we thought that this might still go to overtime because you mentioned this, like, it's been going back and forth every single round. Teams take a lead and the other team brings them back right where they want them to be. And another early engagement, Alvinhurst again on the smoke. Very risky, gets away with it, but this time he needs to contest the Jackie. If he wants to get back to site, and he doesn't.
A bomb has been located.
Well, at least the trade is there, so it's not completely unpunished. And that is the smoke out of all the... Which is probably one of the more impactful ones. That is a heartbreak and a half. Pecan. Absolutely disgusting behavior there with the shock drone as well. Gets to pop both of the cans, or canisters rather. So Mirror's utility is no longer as effective. Borderline crippling to the defenses of Gaming Gladiators, which could be rather problematic later down the line, but at least you still have, Effective War 1.5 times scope, Super Zaddy with the MP14 EBR, so there's plenty still of weaponry to utilize, it seems.
It's great use of the Twitch drone. That is how you want each Twitch drone to be used, not like in the previous round, when we just saw A little bit of a waste of the Twitch room trying to damage the ulti on Harry Potter.
Activating drone.
Trying to get some information here on the Pillars player. Last time it was this Pillars position really that lost them the wrong, but Reaps has gotten the man count in his team's favor. He gets 1 kill down main stairs and dips on out of there.
Well, yeah, Reaps doing some phenomenal job yet again, putting yet another spanner in the works of Gaming Gladiators in the early stages as well, mind you. A minute and 3 seconds to go. Still quite a few opportunities here, but it seems like Rivals, they sort of switch things around a little bit. They are looking to do a whole lot more sort of that aggressive work. They want to ensure that they are sort of almost, well, not copying, but at least trying to sort of play in tandem with Reaps to sort of enforce that very heavy sort of aggression flavored sort of attack. But Zaddy on the flank right now could absolutely throw a spanner in the work. I say that ED4 will go down to Reaps and Pecan.
Oh, there's a crossfire here on site. Super Zaddy's left it too late. He was way too far. That could have been an effective use. Oh, but he still comes in. He gets 1. Goes for the player instead. Wins the fight. No! He only gets the 2. And that is really unfortunate timing on him. Just wasn't there in time.
Ooh. That one definitely would have rustled a few jimmies there if Direwolves would have lost that one. Especially after the fact that they took the, full control of the site and then to proceed to just lose to a swinging a Rooney of all the things. So for the time being, right now, Direwolves are still in the running. If they win out here, that is a huge blow to chances for Gaming Gladiators, or for that matter, Champion or Elevate to really be able to claim the top 2. Or for the remainder of the team, it will be more so a race for 3rd and 4th place and make it into the playoffs at least. Not the ideal, not the best case scenario. Gaming Gladiators, though, one last chance to at least keep themselves in the contention for now. Feels helpful to say that, actually.
Yeah, it does. It does feel odd to talk them up a little bit at this level. But yeah, I was just gonna say it could be worse for Gaming Gladiators right now. They have got themselves at least a point. They keep themselves,
5 seconds left.
I guess, within decent distance of this top 2.
Attackers are moving out to
They want to obviously overturn that result. Hovenhurst has gone back to the shotgun on the Amaru. It's a basement defense, not going to be as useful. They could take quick control, I assume, of Big Tower. That Zami is going to back on out of their Pecan. No one's playing too aggressive. Here on Direwolves, you had that Roman, I believe, Jackie Wu takes out a drone and then just a little bit further back.
Jackie did play a fair few times that sort of the Rome play, where he would be still sort of playing close to heart sort of positioning of just around the site. This time actually completely capitulated the position over at Zulu to instead take the Freezer stairs. But in comes the push with Hoven. Crouch walk, suppress shotgun, you name it, it's the whole pain train here. A single swing would basically be the end of anyone that tries to contest with him at this sort of range, and it seems like Direwolves are very much, they content with just holding their own position, just waiting for the push to come to them. And that's what you actually mentioned before, Impian. Hold the line. Yeah. That's exactly what Direwolves seem to be attempting to try to do.
Looks like he was gonna smash Rix in the face, but it's a little bit early to be just holding the line, which is why I think Jackie Wu, I think he's still off-site somewhere. We can't really see his outline. I can't really count it perfectly right now, but it'll be good for Jackie Wu now. He's back on site. I was gonna say it's going to be good for them to come in and bring that hammer and approach that Super Zaddy tried for Gaming Gladiators in the previous round. It didn't work out because he was a little bit late on it, but Gaming Gladiators are getting information right now without too much contention. They're also getting, their ducks in order. Getting ducks in line, all the basic steps, clear out the shields, clear out the pillars, and take anyone out who's going to be swinging wildly like that down. And Reaps down, Ape gets one more attack. This could be maximum more.
Very much so, I said that though. ED and Souffle do equalize the player count. As it stands, complete forfeit as well of the push towards the... Oh, Souffle, you've seen him. Souffle, you've seen the Ana. Ape just basically has the perfect position to absolutely shut down here the Warden. And he knows about it, but that was actually perfect traces while Ape down. He pulled down to Hoven and Rix, and in comes Hoven. No, he's gone. He pulled down to Rix. Even he... Oh, wait, Pulse Champ. He's spotted on the cam throw. He should be refired here, and indeed he will be. Dire Wolves to wrap it all up at the end.
Indeed, it was this was one heck of a match, but Dire Wolves, they came in with a flawless situation, no losses so far, unbeaten really, not really flawless, and they continue that unbeaten run. Another overtime victory, the third for them so far here, and again off the backs of Reeds. Yes, after that very lengthy technical rehost, we saw the rest of Dire Wolves turn up, and that is exactly why they got back to this position, to overtime. They got to overtime, they got the win. That's why they made it happen. If not, Gaming Gladiators had a really good chance of bringing it back in that final round that we saw specifically, right? Gaming Gladiators take a nice little 3v5. We thought Max OT, here it comes. But you saw Souffle and I believe ED, both of them came up big with, I think, 3 kills combined. And that's really what was lacking in the first 10 rounds from Dire Wolves.
Very much so, yeah. Look, it's good to see, though, that Dire Wolves did manage to bring it back at the end of it all, because it definitely seemed like a lot of that momentum been starting to slip away from them, and it's been sort of a very consistent talking point throughout the whole matchup, where it's sort of it is an interesting sort of position where sort of a similar pacing kind of happened when they versed against Fury, although Fury had a much more sort of decisive first half. This time, I mean, you look at this, it's been sort of 2 steps forward, 1 step back for Dire Wolves throughout the majority of it. I mean, initially we get the trade of 2 rounds, then only 1 round to be taken by Gaming Gladiators, then Dire Wolves take 2. So it's been sort of all over the place, really, but it's that 3-round streak at the end of it all that managed to really seal the deal there for them. And honestly, look, I think now we're starting to get a good understanding in terms of just how actually close those sort of top 3 teams are. Yes, Gaming Gladiators, by all means, unfortunately fumbled the bag on numerous amount of occasions, and unfortunately ended up landing themselves so far into that 3rd place. But I mean, 13 points still is nothing to really scoff at all. I mean, it still keeps you well and truly in that sort of contested bracket, although now comes the big sort of, the funny haha sort of question that, say, Elevate scores themselves a 3-pointer, and well, Champion, say, if they end up scoring themselves a 3-pointer, which I will admit it is very highly dubious, there is a possibility to a certain degree that Gaming Gladiators could be dethroned just off the back of the round differential. But as we get to the conclusion of our first map, in comes the giveaway as well. Hashtag call your shots into the chat, follow the Rainbow Six SEA as well, in to get the R6 credits and the pin on top of it all. 2, I believe, people in the chat getting picked at the conclusion of each and every map, so quite a fair bit of...
Rix is in chat.
Wait, did Rix just claim it?
Yeah, Rix is like going for it. He didn't claim it, he didn't win it, but Rix and Odin were in chat.
By all means, look, for Rix at this point, just get yourself at least some R6 credits as well, on top of the 1 point that the team was able to at least score themselves. So look, for what it's worth, I will have to say Gaming Gladiators still managed to perform quite a solid performance. Unfortunately, just at the end of it all, it seems like maybe it's the fatigue, maybe it's the frustration that got to them at the end of it all. Who knows? Well, only unless we get some sort of an interview, I think we'll get the full picture of it all. But yeah, look, as it stands, that's the first map done and dusted. And from here on out, look, I'm curious to see how things will really go. We are going to go into a quick break. And after that, well, we do have 3 more absolute barn burner matches starting off, though. It will be, well, Fury versus Champion. Don't go too far away.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in.
My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. Is that a key on your jugular?
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back here. Real one gonna last. Tell me what are you waiting? Take it over and this is my year.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in, well, one match down, 3 more to go, and play date number 7 of Operation League Autumn Season. Cthulhu and Infian still on the mic. And look, Infian, we already surpassed one of the 2 big, I reckon, barn burners. We still have a rather interesting one, you know. The Fury versus Champion on our plate is our next matchup. The team that up until recently been so far the kings of OPL so far, the way how they've been performing, the way how they've been, you know, keeping themselves in the running, against the team that, oddly enough, ended up earning themselves the title of Kingslayers.
Yeah. Champion, of course, the Kingslayers here, beating 7-5 Elevate 2 play days ago. So just last week, just last Saturday that happened. Very, very surprising situation. Not many people would have called that, especially, you know, before that Elevate were looking quite okay. They looked like they were in good nick, they were gonna be fine, and then they come out on Saturday and they take another loss here in the form of Champion. Fury, on the other hand, these guys have a very good chance right now, Cthulhu, of going top here. If they get the 3 points, owing to Dialog's only getting 2 points against Gaming Gladiators in that game that just ended, Fury can go top, and I think they might want to just do that. It's going to be a point of pride for Fury. Obviously, they are very much in the running for the Young Big Major in Apex South, which is incredible progress being shown from them. But they're going to want to do this here in Operation League as well, trying to get themselves back up to the position that they used to enjoy in APAC, dominating Southeast Asia from top to bottom. And once again, after, my God, what's it, a year, 2 years? They are looking like they are back at that level. And that's really been thanks to the signings of I9, formerly NAPU, and BG Man from Elevate.
Yeah, I9 has been a big crucial point for the Fury's roster. He's been definitely been one of those big sort of almost hype men for the team, and been doing an absolutely great amount of job on the side of Champion. Look, I mean, it is a scary roster that nobody should really underestimate at all. I mean, you look at the introduction of Krijay, who has been an absolutely a scary entity just by himself.
I've played him in ranked once. I was terrified, dude. Like, he didn't stop. He would be everywhere. He would be walking in, he would nail the shot first time, every single time.
Yeah, look, man is an absolute machine, and he proves this on each and every possible occasion. Now, going into Fury, look, each and every player here has been able to perform in one shape or the other. Probably the biggest, noteworthy performance has been so far BG Man, going 57 to 38. But I mean, you look at the general sort of KD, the whole team has been going positive in one shape or the other, and it has been really, really nice to see that.
Yeah, this is more like what you want to see from your team, not like from Dialos earlier on, where you had like everyone like kind of evens, and then you had like Reaps just like blazing the trail. And Fury, obviously before today, coming into the matchup before the previous one, were on level points with Direwolves. We just were a little bit further behind in terms of, I think, round differential, which was a tiebreaker. Yeah, two rounds, I think, behind. Yeah, we talked about Krijay over here. He's the one who is the focal point of Champion's attacks. Plus 20 on the KD so far in the Operation League is exactly what you want from Mr. Fragger. But everyone else on his team, Cthulhu, is negative. That's not a good sign, and that's basically proves to any opponent they're going to be facing, Champion, that look, if you neutralize Krijay, you have a very good chance of winning the round and then winning the match. And something we have seen in multiple matches so far in this stage in Operation League, in the wider APAC South, in APAC itself, like this week earlier on as we were talking about it. That's how Reject got their win against Diamond Kia. They neutralized Rin, and after that, everything fell into place for them.
Very much so, yeah. It's been Very interesting, sort of, yeah. That whole storyline with the rejects has been just, yeah. Look, stunning game. If you haven't seen it, do yourself a favor, do rewatch it, because it's one of those big sort of moments in history, especially with the way how, as of up until recently, Damwon Kia has been considered one of the the big powerhouse teams. Them losing the way how they did to Reject certainly does paint a very interesting sort of picture of possibilities here. But look, unfortunately, we don't get to cast Damwon Kia in OPL. But look, the champion roster could still do quite a fair bit of work here, I reckon. Despite, yes, the fact that it's Crit J's show, basically in a similar vein, how for a number of rounds, a number of matches, it's been sort of the Reaps show for Direwolves. This is going to be a big testament here for Champion, because they've already been showing us a great amount of promise. On the side of Fury, well, it's just getting back on the consistency sort of line, it seems.
Very interesting that we are going to Villa here. This is the side, this is the map where Champion on Playday 2 of the Operation League lost 7-4 to Direwolves. Now, of course, I think Direwolves winning, not a big surprise. As you said, Reaps has been absolutely bringing the heat. He didn't really in that match. That match was more of an ED show, but it was a decent showing from Champion, in my opinion. 7-4 against the runaway league leaders right now, it seems, aside from Fury, of course. It gives them a fair fighting chance. They are not able to go to Skyscraper because, of course, Fury are not dumb. They saw what Champion did to elevate on that match, on that map. Oh my god, on that map, and yeah, not something that they are very interested in dealing with. Fury have not played Villa so far. Oh, they did actually. Second play day against Obsession. My bad.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. Hold on, I'm pretty sure I've seen this.
Same day against Champion. Yeah, same day against Champion. So both of them played Villa on the same day, and now they're gonna play Villa against each other.
I'm actually quite keen to see how will actually Villa pan out here, because Fury has been looking pretty solid, pretty sturdy in terms of just how they've conducted themselves on majority of the maps, and that has been, between say myself and Panda as well, there has been a big talking point that you look at a lot of teams just throughout OPL. Usually they lock themselves into say maximum 3 maps sort of thing. With Fury, they were able to so far flex a rather impressive map pool for themselves. I mean, you look at the Strape, they've taken them to Bank. Villa against Obsession, again, Clinic. Bank against GG, once again, Clinic. You go to Elevate, Theme Park, again, 5-7, still a pretty solid run. Oregon even, yeah, we're good, we're fine. Yes, Skyscraper, we probably wouldn't want to talk when it comes down to Fury, especially against Direwolves, but regardless of it, it was still a pretty close game. So it sort of shows that no matter whether you're going on to, the all-time APAC Classic like Clubhouse or Oregon, or whether you're going into some of those slightly less picked maps like Villa, like Theme Park, Fury can do it. And they can do it in a relatively confident manner for the most of it, really, apart from 7-5s against Elevate, but even then, it was still a pretty convincing turnout. Now, going into this one, Villa, I would say, I'm backing Fury, but I say this with a huge note, that I'm still considering the very high possibility that Champion could bring an upset.
Champion did it against Elevate last week. There's no reason to believe they can't against Fury. They have the quality. It will be dependent, though, on Crit J and Champion again. Very interesting. Game Gladiators banned Montagne in the previous matchup. That didn't really make sense. Champion banning it makes, I think, a little bit more sense. Fury are, alongside Elevate, fairly prolific users of that big French shield. Fury, on the other hand, I'm gonna say these guys also should be pretty confident in this matchup, because they also beat Elevate, and that was in Apex South last week. Big 7-4 victory, I think it was 7-4, 7-5 victory. It was in regulation time. That's how much I remember, which has catapulted them to the top of Apex South. So this is really a chance of really a game of who is the better team to beat Elevate.
That's true. That's true. It is, yeah, look. It's funny to me how it ends up coming down to us sort of comparing how well did the teams manage to beat Elevate, and sort of using Elevate as the gauge point, because quite a long while, I mean, Elevate has been that sort of the staple of APAC. They were the big bad representatives of it, and nearly managed to take quite a fair few names during the major. But unfortunately, nowadays it seems like it's a bit more of a paced down sort of play. We initially thought could, their recent performances to the post major sort of blues, but at which point do you go and say, well, those post major blues already all expired? Where you're running out of excuses.
Well, heading into this matchup proper, we're obviously seeing Aviator Kings as the first bomb site most teams will go for this one. We have a mirror on board, but we're not seeing the mirror utilized. In the previous matchup on Oregon between Gaming Gladiators and Direwolf, we saw a fair bit of mirror use. It wasn't very effective, though, I think. Cthulhu. It didn't really look like it. It looked like the mirror was there, and it was a decent use, maybe not the best of utility. Maybe not the best use of utility on the defense, though. And you can see, you have the Goyo here, you got the Alibi on the defense, and then you obviously have your standard Smoke, Mute, and Jaeger combo that has almost become a staple in APAC South, in Southeast Asia, over the past stage. Crit Shay on the Nook, this is the role that he loves. Silently sneaking in together with the drone.
A bomb has been located.
Yeah, look, in terms of the mirror picks, yeah, it's definitely been one of those moments where, oh my lord, that is dangerous. That is an outrageous play. How is Lycolis alive as beyond me? I was about to make a whole point about and statement about whatever we were talking at this point. It doesn't matter because Fury are displaying this much audacity. It's not even. Well, how do you counter it?
That is absolutely ridiculous. I9 does get failed, but immediately there's a response from onto Crit Shay, and that's has been taken care of. That Labyrinth death was, I think, very hard to fight against. I don't think he would have expected to lose that, and Doc on the shield. I think that's a really good position, really poor from Champion to really walk into that line of sight. It's something that you have to be expecting from Fury. You should know them intimately, having played them multiple times in the past. Fury are a very aggressive team, and they are going to punish you if you give them opportunities like that.
Oh my lord, Hajime. Vile angle that the man has held, and there, cutting down yet another player. Unfortunately got maybe a little bit too confident about his positioning, about his play. But I mean, in a 1v3, with the D4 flying forward, yeah, look, there's not many opportunities that could arise from that. Here comes the swing. It's a shotgun there. He's ready. He's key. BG Man is just off the hook.
Oh, that is one heck of a statement right now from Fury to start things out. They absolutely went for it with that first jump out kill from Lycos. He avoided somehow the Claymore on the floor. He avoided dying. Got the kill into Labyrinth. That Osa being taken off the board, I think, did affect the strategy they're trying to bring. I think the idea would likely have been, put one Osa shield up on the 90 window and try and deal with Hajime, who was playing that the Alibi. Allow the players coming in from Saturated Trophy side to get a little bit more pressure. Don't die so easily, don't panic so much. But of course, everything went terribly, as you see on the replay. But somehow he breaks down on the floor, got to kill the shotgun, and got back inside.
Reinforcing wall.
That's what we call the early morale crusher.
Yeah.
Courtesy of Fury. Because I mean, look, if you see your opponents pull this sort of stuff in the first round, that is the ultimate amount of just disrespect. Fury just saying, look, we received, yes, you managed to beat Elevate, but we're not Elevate. We're far more superior at this point in OPL. So welcome. enjoy your stay, and yeah, please remember to watch your flanks, as it seems like that has been the main sort of the key learning point, courtesy of Fury. Ay.
Oh, Crit is off the nook in this round. He's gone on to the floor. He's got a nice little AR-33 to play with, but he has to be taking a little bit more of a backseat this round. Those Ratero drones are going to be vital in clearing out a lot of that facility. DG Man is trying to get away to retreat behind the safety of the shield now.
Yeah, did get punished a little bit. And his audacious attempts to just rotate around and just you know, just sort of walk around, sort of like he's the king of the castle. But in reality, this is much more. Now I9 actually could be pressured here very thoroughly if he doesn't become too careful about it. So Lodic, meanwhile, and the rest of the champion squad are looking to try to at least clear out the ground floor, to at least solidify one floor as a foothold for themselves. But I mean, you look at the Fury's positioning all over the map is basically the only way to really describe this. There's even presence at the red stairs, which could mean trouble for the Sledge player and more.
Well, that is an interesting position. A triple get off Jaeger and next by catching everything that's been thrown, and that's worked out really well. But Crit and Fallout get one kill for themselves as DG Man balances back to one. The balance of power in Champion's favor with 1 minute left to go. Osa Shield versus deployable Shield, and Polarit trying to juggle the case. It doesn't really do that.
Trying to juggle the heat, trying to juggle the power here. This is still a good swing, although it does all leave Dark and DG Man very much tagged up. Parrot is already all full swing inside the site. He wants to play his claim here, but and Dark is actually doing a good job. Crit J though, well, look, not as much of an opportunity here to go in for that play. It's all down to PG Man to try to clutch this up. This though is looking to be the round where Champion will lay their claim here to make it a 1-1 scoreline. And yeah, look, at the end of it all, I would have been surprised if Crit J would have let that slip.
Yeah, Crit J, look, this double shield worked out really beautifully for him, because he had the visual, he had the angle, he knew exactly where the player was coming from. Even though he missed the initial spray, the tracking was perfect, and it's really hard for the defender to adjust and try and see that Flores hiding behind in that double shield. That worked out really well for the attacker, but great push from Champion over there. They like to bring this push away, starting from away from where the bomb site is. If they get an early pick, it works out well for them. And just clear out utilities slowly but surely, and Crit J, again, obviously at the spearhead of play. He certainly delivered in that previous round.
Very much so. Delivered in full. Basically, yeah, the result of it all, but only 1-1. It's only the start of the show. I'm sure that both teams will be able to put up a phenomenal fight, and I'm actually expecting that to really happen. Because, I mean, after such a stellar showcase by Champion in the previous few play days, it would be almost upset if Fury would just absolutely, you know, ruffle stomp their opponents in a very dominant fashion, say something across the lines of a 7-2, 7-3. That would be quite a turnaround. Probably the only way to describe it. Already, though, full-on swing once again. Hajime tried to get jiggy with it, but unfortunately could not get jiggy enough as he gets punished. But Sir Lottie does get lit up quite thoroughly, so next that fight would get rather dangerous. I say that like Coolest, my lord. Getting too keen for the play, but so is Followed. Punished and out.
Both of them knew where the other was, which is what really surprised me. I didn't really expect that. I didn't see a crew catch Lycolus's position, but Lycolus's game sense, I guess, was just right there, and the familiarity with Fury, with Champion. Excellently done, and Crit J very wary of that jump out this time around. Not willing to lose his life or anyone else's. 90 is now in Champion's control. They don't maybe know it yet, but they are making good progress over here. They've taken out Hajime, lost Farlord, not not the best, but it's a trade that they'll be okay to make.
The Hajime and Farlord, two equally powerful operators going out of the equation. Both BG Man now absolutely perfectly caught on that rotation. Melodic doing a really solid job, all things considered. C4 pre-placed nearly would have been the perfect timing to as well detonated, but alas, that was not going to happen. And to recover it, perfect play there. Like Cola's doing so far, great job. As it stands, minute remaining, we get to see the big play to come around.
Alright, trying to done. Melodic's been taken very low, but he and Solaris should be a good little push. A C4, I think, getting somewhere near to Solaris. Very lucky he doesn't catch him. He would have been down at the very least if any bit of damage got onto him. Solaris blocked a little bit by that lamp. Now, 50 seconds left. Yeah, it's pretty good on. To get a second round. Oh, the timing was a little bit imperfect. He could have certainly caught I9 on the swing. Sends out a drone. No, he can't.
Big play yet to come around from Crit J here, because this is where he could really throw a big spanner in the works. He did manage to bring in quite a fair bit of damage already. As it stands, at least the overmatch in numbers could really come around here. The Alba actually still managed to rings out. Actually, double kill to come around. No, at the end, it's Power Rated Labyrinth. Actually find their own findings here and the frags. Wrap it all up. Nicely done. And, well, that's actually second round in a row, I believe.
Yeah, Champion getting a second round in a row. It was very close. Fury, I think, Cthulhu, as they demonstrated very well, have a little bit of the advantage when it comes to just holding down the fort, especially with experienced players such as like Colas and I9. Those two guys on their day are absolutely unstoppable.
Attackers need to locate
and nearly brought it back. They brought it to a 2v2. Unfortunately for them, Champion, we talked about this. How they were setting up. You had Hawarit and Solotic coming in from one side. You had Crit J coming in from another angle on the first floor, taking over Hawarit's position, who went to somewhere else. I think he went to Mudroom. And I think we had Labyrinth, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, Labyrinth coming in from another angle as well. I think it was a kitchen door. That was just a little bit too overwhelming for Fury. Even though they got those 2 kills, they couldn't trade it off in time. And that is, I think, a very good demonstration of how important a man count advantage can be when it comes to the final execution.
Oh yeah, the numbers of the match is
Attackers must locate and defuse
absolutely
the bomb.
crucial. I'll agree with you here. Being able to at least just pile on, because especially if you have multiple positions to really work around, it just does absolutely just perfect job. Perfect ability to even pull the rotations and to make them happen. So, look, absolutely, I'll agree with you here. Fury seems to be getting maybe a little bit too keen, too excited with some of their gunfights, because they have forfeited quite a number of big opportunities, and it's been evidential that they're not taking this as serious initially as one would have thought. As right now, I9 he's looking to try to play a very very aggressive, very in the face sort of game, and I mean with the suppressed MPX with no sort of damage withdrawals either. Did a shout?
Run really being made, moving shots being sent out by Champion so far. Everything is just a little bit of a preamble. Warlord is providing some solo pressure. It's a risky position. He won't be traded out if he does die. Luckily for him, Fury aren't looking to contest with him. Crit J is being contested though. He has no clue where that shot came from. I9 though, he does get fallen, and that's exactly what I was saying. He cannot be traded in that solo position. Crit J was just a little too slow.
Yeah, look, the rotation just no matter how quickly it would have been, we were already granted a great amount of rotation power, but I say this, I9 doesn't even intend to, run away. He's still here. He's ready to farm. He even dropped another defuse as well. He's ready to just completely swing out into the balcony. But, look, honestly, at this point, this is completely unnecessary. It's all down to Power Rated and Melodic. Fury did a pretty diligent job at just shutting down their opposition, making sure that they struggling to even find an entry into the building, and from there on, it's sort of a steady decline.
There's a similar criticism right now in this round that I want to give to Champion that was given to Gaming Gladiators earlier. They're just playing this very weirdly, very much like ranked. You have like 3 people individually taking up positions on this balcony. 2 of them died without really doing anything. They weren't there for each other, they weren't trading things out, they weren't keeping close, they weren't helping each other. Alright, gets 1 kill, he's not gonna get the rest of the 4, he's just in too much of a difficult position. Crit J even dropped the diffuser, as he noted.
This is all starting to look very frustrating, really, for Champion that is, as they, well, trying to find any sort of position, any sort of opportunity for themselves. None really do arise at the end of it all, because it is all a complete, well, at least that round has been a complete domination, a complete, almost one could even say, the I9 show, really. With the way how it's all been performed, the way how it's been held down, all just been very much of a clinic. And it's good to see from Fury that, you know, they have the ability to make those sort of returns to form, whereas for Champion, it always feels like they almost playing for that sort of game of catch-up, where sort of their opponents show them, oh yeah, this is how we're intending to play this, by the way.
Yeah, it was kind of
Champion
nice.
responds to this. Yeah, they're gonna, okay, well, we'll play this game as well. They managed to do it pretty well, and then all of a sudden the income switch, and Champion is like, well, wait, I thought you wanted to play this game.
Yeah, they're not ready for it. It was kind of naive from Champion to try and play it as they did. For example, Cthulhu, if you watch, like, you know, higher level games, like tier 1 games, right? Even in Apex South, you don't really see people get up on that balcony unless it's with someone else. If they're kind of playing solo, they're going to be on the rappel more often than not, because that slow peak that you're trying to bring, that you're trying to wait for, it is always going to favor the defender. The defender is going to see your foot or something first, or your gun barrel, and they're going to swing. It's a position that lots of players on the defense have won, even when they have been in less favorable conditions, simply because the balcony is a very stifling position, with little movement allowed for the attacker. That was a little bit poor from Champion, as was just, you know, 3 people going up to the balcony thinking that, I'm going to be the one who is going to make this defense crack.
Yeah. Well, I suppose another round, another attempt, another strat to possibly run, which I'm still very keen to see if any of that really going to come to fruition. Good spotting though by Crit J, being very wary of that C4 now, but the problem is that they don't really have anyone to actually dispose of that C4. So it's all booby trapped. They're still trying to find the right positioning. C4 no, doesn't actually come to fruition, so it doesn't get realized, doesn't explode, doesn't do anything. So right now, yeah, look, Champion doing their due diligence, just clearing out all the positions.
Champion still have a chance to make it 4-2. They had really good showing in the first 2 rounds, and this round, particularly, this attack on Tutropian's Dactyry worked out super well with that Osa Shield combination. It's a really good way to fight off this puzzle. Are you watching? Yes, you are! Labyrinth, perfect, and Symbotic gets the kill again, and it's 5v3 in favor of Champion. Again.
Dangerous round once again. 3v5 is there. Champion.
Attackers recover.
This time it's them pushing the envelope here. It's them pushing the basing. Hajime does get the better of Labyrinth, does get the better of Stellartic as well. Goes for the double. Now in the rotation, the Astro Office now all of a sudden taken there and taken back into the swing of things. Fury are actually pulling a big comeback here. Hajime is well triple for himself. He's going for a quad. They know exactly where that last player is. And right now, it's all down to Power to try to do anything, but they have been going all 1-by-1. No, 1v1. All of a sudden, Hajime, his position is known relatively, at least the general placing. But it's been already just about enough time for him to be that elusive player. The short throw perfectly aligning up. Power it, yeah. What can you do when you're playing against the masterminds of SEA?
this is not a hard situation, right? Pawara does the hard part, really. He does the hard part, he gets that first kill. It's not traded out. Poor from Hajime, poor from Fury to not play off the crossfire when you have the man-count advantage. Okay, he's doing fine. Was Hajime camping the diffuser or something? I thought Pawara... He was? Okay, that explains it a little bit better. But I would have definitely not expected him to play it as poorly as he did with the Osa shield. He got him pre-firing the angle. You know, as you said, Cthulhu, you pointed it out perfectly. He knew where Hajime was. Pawara should have had
at least they knew the general location.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, correct. But like, you kind of suss it out. You have 30 seconds. It's not super impossible. 30 seconds is plenty of time. Get your pre-fires in. Play a little bit more aggressive. Play a little bit more active in that clutch. Pawara did everything right up until that moment. He tried to play a little bit cheeky.
10 seconds remaining.
The Osa shield is not perfect, and Hajime, cool hand, very practiced, brought that from a 2v5 to a round win for his team. Excellently played from Fury. Fury's two final players. The first three people though. They should have been more active as well. They just let Champion essentially walk over them in their initial set of
The first three players did get kind of mollywop there, not gonna lie. I9, look, once again, I'm amazed at the audacity of the man as he's able to just run away scot-free for zero sort of punishment. Which is one of the things that has been sort of a recurring thing with Fury, is the fact that it's, you know, it's the Neo theory of you hack around and you find out. And it's sort of been the ever so expanding sort of story about them gradually increasing the amount of how much they sort of mess around and how much they find out.
Yeah, I think he did.
No way.
Oh, the drone missed. Michael is Crit J taken, and one more, possibly. Oh, that was poor timing for the drone.
Oh no!
Poor from that player as well. Pawara just walked straight into it, and now the player on main stairs trying to bring the support. He is under the threat.
Tragedy here, honestly. The way how things all unveiled, the whole labyrinth. He's angry. He wants to do some damage. He does do some damage, in fact. 3v2 all of a sudden. That's what has been already committed. Has been great turnout. So Logic as well pitches on a dilemma, but last remaining players default back to the site. Full HP. They should be able to take their gunfight a whole lot more convincingly rather than a half HP Celodic and, well, 60 HP Labyrinth.
Props to Labyrinth for not losing his head. It's a very easy situation when you're down 2v5 and then you want to make a big play. You want to rush into things. You want to surprise them. He played it patiently. It was a little bit dicey, obviously. He was a little bit scared of the flank. He dealt with it, pulled out the pistol, held his ground, got the second kill, and he's like, okay, I have done my job, I think, so far. 2v3, let's not push my luck, because if I die here, it's a 1v3 for my teammate. It's better to link up with him and go back and try and make this clutch
happen. A bomb has been located.
Still have the opportunity, they have the information. Labyrinth didn't see this player? No, we didn't! Poor droning!
Okay, well, there we go. This was probably one of the better sort of showcases from Fury in terms of just the showcase of the difference between, you know, a team that sometimes plays as a bit of a ranked stack, but for the most of it, they still somewhat considered as the fresher introductions into OPL, and the team that has been already added for quite a fair while. They've seen quite a fair good share of the tier 1 battles as well for themselves, and it's sort of that very subtle amount of experience that's starting to shine through. So 4-2 scoreline is not the worst situation, I'll have to say, for Champion, especially with the fact that they are now going up to the defense side. That arguably has been one of the more consistent.
Yeah. You know what's very funny? On Villa, if you start off on the defense and you go down 2 and 4, right, as Champion have right now, still a 50% chance for you to win the map. Very surprising. That was the statistic in stage 2 across the whole world. and it's something that you wouldn't really expect, given that it's a 2-round advantage. The team comes out on top in the first half, just looks better, as you pointed out. Fury have looked better, but it's just the nature of Villa, where we know it's defender-sided, but it doesn't look that defender-sided every time. Like Lycola's play, that was really Lycola's making the best of the situation.
Oh yeah, the way how Lycola's just held his position was just absolutely beautiful. Speaking of the beautiful things, Champion, we are seeing some rather interesting things about to happen already. It's a full-on Ying, it's a full-on flip. It's absolute massacre already as 2 players are down. Hajime falls as well. Fury didn't particularly really calculate at all, but I say that.
Diffuser's in a really bad place. Labyrinth is dealing with a shotgun. He will need to get pre-fired in order to deal with it. CritJ sees one sneak into sight. Lycola takes down Dark. What is going on? That's not worked out as well as you would have hoped. The line walks in. Labyrinth, kill him!
Labyrinth is just enjoying his time, I guess. I'm not too sure what's really been happening with a poor man. As it stands, well, in the 2 9 is the last man standing. Between a rock and a hard place, yeah, there's not many positions that you can really play. As it stands here, look, Fury maybe got a little bit too keen on some of the executions on some of the plays. They certainly paid rather dearly with that sort of turnout. So, look, all things considered, an expected result out of all of it, but this shortens down the gap between the 2 teams, and only one point is what separates Champion and Fury from a draw.
I think in that round, as well as the 2v5 that recovered, Fury showed that they really believe themselves to be better fighters, believe and back themselves to get the kills better than Champion can. And I don't think you and I, or pretty much anyone watching, will disagree with that. They have the experience, they've gone into international events, I9 and BG specifically. They have played at SI, they have taken the best on. So yes, backing themselves is absolutely reasonable. But I think they take it a little bit too far. In that 2v5 as well, the way they were playing when they were hemorrhaging players, before the final 2 members brought it back,
5 seconds left.
It felt like they were not giving Champion enough respect. They weren't giving Champion their due respect that they deserve, as Champion showed just last week by taking down LV. Fury can be punished similarly if they continue to play soft.
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
We could absolutely get quite a rather painful experience if things will keep going the way how they have been going, in terms of just the general sort of play, the general turnout. It's been very curious almost sort of turnout. There was already quite a fair bit of damage starting to fly, but none really connecting just yet. So whilst the possibilities are being kept rather endless, Champion could still very much shut it all down in the early stage. Ying is also one of those things that, one of those operators that seem to have actually kept some prevalence in the general lineup of Fury. Any, general thoughts about it?
Obviously very good at creating chaos, very good at burning things off, and just a good LMG. And I think the big combination, the one with combo, I think, is a smoke plus the LMG, which I think at this point, with the changes, not many operators have. Ying has 5 throwables, and basically obscure vision. It's like Colis, what a brazen play against the Lord.
Yeah. So Lorik, the equation thing would be a little bit more problematic, given that, well, that's generation. I believe there would have been a few more in him. So that would have been tried. Interestingly enough, well, in goes, or rather down goes, the ballistic shield. I9 still surprisingly unable to find that frag, but the X-Kairos charge is actually lining up rather nicely. I9 still being able to dish out quite a fair bit of damage. CritJ falls All of a sudden, Champion, yeah, all starting to fall apart, but Bolt Action Sniper Rifle as well, doing absolute job here, and BG Man plus I9. What an absolute clinic to wrap it all up. My lord.
Clinic's absolutely the right term, Cthulhu. That is, what an attack. The idea, the execution, every single thing came together. It started off with a very, very bold play from Lycola just walking up to the shield before Solari can react. And that is the downside, Cthulhu, of placing the shield so close to the doorway. You saw when Fury were playing that, they had a two-shield setup over there. They really played the shield that was a little bit further back. They didn't play the shield that was so close to the door. The shield that was close to the door was more for vision, more for creating an obstacle for those attackers, for utility to be burned. So Lori tried to play that shield, he paid the price, didn't react fast enough for Lycolis. And then after that, what we saw, each of those players, they knew exactly what their role was, they held the angles, they tried to force their way into sight, and they got the kills as a result of holding those angles.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds to go.
Solid turn out of it all. It was good to see that.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Fury are still back into the sort of the general swing of things, although they're far from being out of it yet. Now, they are on the cusp of scoring themselves the 6th point if they do end up winning round 9, and from there on, well, things can get escalated rather quickly to the point where, well, we're talking about escalating and elevating all of the possibilities and all of the momentums. Well, at this point, Fury might just end up becoming the next Elevate.
They do have 2 ex-Elevate members, so, why not?
True. Logic Bomb
really good
does
ones,
come
too.
around.
It's really good. Like, I was very surprised Elevate dropped him after what seemed like a pretty decent SI 2022 run. But it's too furious game. They have been steadily building themselves back up after a fairly disappointing 2022. And now they're really seeing their efforts come to bear. 5-3 up in this specific matchup, but also top of the table essentially here in Operation League and in Apex South. These guys are the Thai team to look at this stage.
So, I mean, with Fury just developing their playstyle the way how they've done and being able to support quite a flexible map pool as well, it is turning into a very scary roster to really deal with. With the Goyo utilities on the windows, draining even more time, this is looking rather solid, at least to hold off one of the pushes. It doesn't still prevent Dark from swinging the way how he just did and absolutely destroyed Solaric. Goes down the labyrinth as well, absolutely score-free. Lycolis is already on site.
I don't think has any clue as to where Lycolis is. Lycolis gets blocked down. I9 gets killed, Man gets killed. Bridget left alone, he can't do anything. He is the fragging outlet for Champion, but he can't take on Fury, who are fragging outlets of their own, each and every one of them. Which is exactly what you pointed out pre-game.
Yeah. Each and every player is able to just absolutely put in the effort in the fragging department, and that is exactly what has been happening. Confusing to me is the reasoning that only now we do see the tactical timeout from Champion.
Feels a bit late, doesn't it?
Feels a whole lot more late. Say on that 4th, on that 5th point is where Champion really needed to call that in to prevent any further round bleed, but as it stands, look, the timeout is all done and dusted. It's time for a match point round. The one that will decide one round will keep Champion in for one more, or if Fury do win this one out, that's it. GG, 3-pointer for Fury. They reclaim the first point.
Aberrant seems a bit surprised by something.
Assuming that the full timer didn't.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh right, yeah. I've been encountering this bug a couple of times.
Glitch.
It's it's a little bit of an issue. I think we had the same issue in the previous game, which is why we had a rehost then, and which is why we're having a rehost now as well. I don't think Champion will be complaining about this, Cthulhu.
No. Yeah, this does expand. This does expand sort of the time for them to talk to. This does slow down the general sort of pacing that Fury were able to achieve as well themselves, which could be yet another sort of thing to really worth mentioning, is that, like Hollis and company sort of managed to accumulate such a big momentum for themselves, such a big sort of streak going, that now slowing it down, taking that breath, would almost feel like it's a complete, almost mood killer, which feels very weird to see that happen.
Well, Fury's mood is certainly not dampened, although Ionine looks like he could absolutely kill someone in reality. The way he's staring at his monitor, waiting for the game. Like, everyone else is laughing on Fury, and Ionine is just like, no smile, massive mustache, got those absolutely incredible tattoos, headset on. He wants to get back and end this for Champion.
Look, I mean, the way how Champion really played, it's been a very odd sort of play, where it's been one of those moments where they want to find themselves that right pacing, that right fragging power, but it's the fact that on the defense, yes, they can absolutely wait for the pushes to happen, but it's the proactivity, it's the thing that Fury managed to demonstrate in full during their defense, is the fact that they just keep on moving on and around. You cannot get complacent around just the side and just hold it off like it's, the laundry, the Oregon laundry, where you just hunker down and say, hold your line, man, and basically pull a cosplay of 300 Spartans and just sort of try to staunch it all up. It doesn't work that way.
Spartans in the game, like Halo Spartans. That would be something.
That could be an interesting collab.
That could be a 1v5 every round, eh? Hey, there we go. Ida's laughing now. He heard my joke. He likes my jokes.
Oh, yeah.
Fury can't make him laugh. I can make him laugh.
Look, I mean, at least it's good to see that the spirits are running high right now for Fury, so nothing is looking to really stomp their sort of morale. But yeah, look, I will have to say though, I'm impressed with the way how things been going right now overall for Fury. Yes, despite their unfortunate loss in the match against Direwolves, look, they seemed to, for the most of it, fairly unfazed.
Yeah, Fury obviously 6-3 up. Not really gonna be too worried. They are on the attack, but somehow, I mean, they have looked just as good, if not better, on the attack. You talked about how Fury demonstrated that being active is the way to go, and of course, in the first round, like all the jumping out was a massive, massive way to start off the match. But the other round also, we talked about how they weren't active enough on that trophy statuary bomb site 2 times in a row. The second time they brought it back due to some great plays from Hajime on that pulse. But regardless, they have looked a little bit more comfortable on the attack. And Farlord is talking a lot. He is also in high spirits, as is the rest of Champion. They have essentially gotten an extended tactical timeout. It's worked out fairly decently for them.
Yeah, look.
And didn't you say that Elevate were in like a similar advantage last week?
No. Well, Elevate, I mean, look, Elevate got kind of ruffle stomped, I'll be honest with you. Last time, yeah, when Elevate, sorry, so that was, in Playday 5.
Yeah.
Elevate were down 5-1 at the end of the first half.
Right, yeah, they are the ones trying to bring the comeback, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, and then two rounds were at the end achieved by Champion on the attack, and 4 rounds were achieved by Elevate. But it didn't look particularly convincing. It was off the back of Champion sort of pulling their own hiccups, but it was sort of more so. It felt at the end that Champion, whilst yes they had the numbers, the points advantage, it was them sort of almost crawling to that finishing line.
Yeah. It's not quite the same thing in this time around. The other ones who need to drag Fury down. They are the ones who need to pull Fury back. Fury are basically at the line. They just need to cross it. Champion, I wonder what they're talking about right now. They are obviously talking about, just general stuff they want to be doing on the defense. Well, a couple of things that I noticed that Champion weren't doing as effectively as Fury, other than, of course, being a little bit more active, is just they weren't playing the angles just quite as well. The utility use, I noted that Shield earlier on wasn't quite as good as Fury were doing. And that, I think, kind of hurt them as we get right into this matchup. Will this be the final round?
Very much be. Very much be the final round, given that how ferocious Fury were and the way how they've approached this attack. They were able to be quite proactive, even in terms of just how they swing. Info gathering has been very much on point. So, picking off all of the talking points about the general sort of strategy of the attack, and how to play it by the book. Champion are looking to try to change things around by introducing a mirror, which actually, from the first thought, yes, it seems borderline negligent, really. But in the long run, I actually think that this might just be I hate to call it a crutch, but in reality it is. They need something to sort of hold on to, or some sort of piece of ability to hold on to just get themselves over that hurdle, that mental hurdle, where they just can't seem to be able to find that right spot to really nail the right shots. So having Mira actually present and having the mirror windows at your disposal for those swings or preemptive info gathering is actually going to be great here.
From the Melusi, yeah,
what was the play there?
Smart. Yeah, it's not smart. It's like the thing about it is you want to try. Oh, BG man, you want to try and hide between two Prismas. The first thing any player who does when seeing a Prisma or a Gemini replicator is shoot, because that's the instinct. You see someone, fake or real, you're shooting, and all Hajime had to do was hold mouse one down, and Sonic, not a good idea to put yourself right in the middle of that. Literally.
So, the most ideal turnout power, it does get the better though of Hajime, although he gets gated out very quickly. Oh my god, like almost on a double. All down to Followed. Well, what can you do? Look, the bomb is already there, you're being tracked. Yeah, that's basically a GG. I9 made it a very quick job, and look, yeah, that's the way the cookie crumbles.
It is looked really comfortable for these guys, and they go right to the top of the table after Direwolves couldn't get all 3 points against Gaming Gladiators. That was obviously, I think, a harder matchup. You can see how much I9 has enjoyed this victory. Now he cracks a massive smile once everything's all said and done. Fury win this 7-3 in a match that, frankly, Cthulhu, I don't think they ever looked like losing.
Yeah, no. Look, I think at this time this was a really solid sort of power display from Fury, where they shown that, look, yeah, they are a team that is ready to absolutely rumble. They're ready to absolutely destroy their opposition, and they've done it in absolutely the most finessing way possible. A 7-3 scoreline definitely does tell the story that, yes, Champion tried to really put up the effort, but I mean, you look at this. 3 rounds streaks and then the first round win, and that's all that it took, really, for Fury to overcome Champion. What the weirdest part to me is that I would have been expecting more rounds on the defense from Champion rather than on the offense, but in reality it seems like maybe Villa was a little bit more, attacker-sided for them at least.
So I'm going to offer a slightly different theory. I think
go on.
Fury were playing with their food. With
3
rounds, they gave up. Like, especially that first attacking round, they just rushed into Champion's waiting arms, and they're like, okay, whatever. We can't smash them as easily as we want. we can still smash them. I think that's pretty much it. Just no quarter given.
Exactly that. Well, given that we just finished up map number 2, it's time for yet another giveaway. Hashtag call your shots in for some credits as well as Operation League SEA pin as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been so far rather convincing. Is probably the only way to really call this night. Despite the fact that we kicked off the day with a overtime game.
Yeah. Dang.
But it was still a convincing overtime, and there was a convincing conclusion of the matchup between Direwolves and GG, which still sort of put us on sort of the general sort of understanding of where each one of those teams so far stands. The top 3 has been allocated. Now it's time for us to allocate the remainder of the leaderboard. Whereas now up next, the Straight versus Elevate, and then Varian X versus Obsession to wrap it all up to find which team, first of all, well, whether Elevate will be able to actually push themselves into the 4th place, given that Champion unfortunately couldn't really lay claim to any amount of the points here against Fury. And then later down the line, for Variants between Obsession, it's at this point, it is a race. Who gets to keep themselves as far away as possible from that, well, the bottom of the leaderboard bracket?
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be an exciting set of matches, even if they might seem a little bit one-sided. Hopefully we'll get back to overtime, as we saw in the first matchup, but we'll be right back with you after a very short break. Soon. You're going to
soon TM. We'll get to the break.
Yeah, we're getting to it. It's going to be a shortish one, I think.
We'll see you in a little bit, though, ladies and gentlemen. We'll catch you then.
faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn. What's going on? What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are halfway down and dusted with Playday 7 for Operation League Autumn Series. Look, Infian, we've got to witness an absolute neck-and-neck matchup already. The Direwolves versus GG has been an absolutely solid one. Both teams managed to show us a phenomenal gameplay. Fury versus Champion, look, a little bit more of a lopsided sort of venture. Now we're starting to delve into technically still a very similar sort of situation. Elevate versus a Strape, a matchup that theoretically, Elevate should not in any shape or form fumble. But we sort of, it feels like we've said that already before.
I mean, okay, look. One was Champion with a really good performance from Critchay and really everyone from Champion. The other one is in a Strape that haven't won a match all year. They've gotten 1 point out of 6 matches so far in this version of the Operation League. I think if you go back, it was 0 points in summer, something like that.
In summer, yeah, that was 0 points, yeah.
0-0-0-14. That's the yeah. Like, I know Elevate, we say they don't fumble them, but come on, this is a Strape. At this point, I don't really even know what to say about a Strape. We've talked about this, how they should be using this as a way to, you know, build up this skill, but it doesn't seem like they are able to build upon from what they learn in these matchups. There's a lot to learn.
There is, in fact, quite a lot to learn. Well, look, First Trape sort of felt like it's been an attempt at the learning points for quite a while. They've managed to requalify for this season of Operation League, and well, they managed to beat teams like 9S and everything. But the moment they get matched against the big players, the big boys, this is where things start looking a little bit shakier. Although you look at some of the performances, quite a lot of players still they don't shy away from trying to take on the gunfight. Probably the biggest sort of showcase is Keith, the precious introduction to a Strape 51-52. Whilst yes, not the positive KD, but it does show that he's eager, he's ready to rumble. So is Bolivian, so is Pig G. Unfortunately, for the rest of the roster, things been a little bit less positive.
Yeah, Pig G is a name that I remember talking about a fair few years ago, and he's been here. He has experience, and he was a fairly decent player back in the day, but it just seems like on a Strape, he and really anyone on this team just can't get that freedom to kind of play their best. Something is bringing them back. These guys, I think, individually are fairly decent players, and, you know, on occasion can deliver. As you said, they have qualified for the Operation League once again, and they probably will for the next version as well, because, you know, they gain enough, I think, experience to stay in it, but not really to challenge the teams in it. Although they have a really good opportunity this time around in this autumn version. It's not like back in the summer version where Obsession were like 14 points to a Strape 0. It's fairly close in 3-2-1 for the bottom three teams in terms of points.
That's true. So for most of it, it's sort of there is at least, I guess you could call it the bottom of the leaderboard competition to a certain degree. Look, we're talking though about Elevate. It's a team that just recently got knocked out of the competition, at least briefly, for that top four, but are looking to reclaim, given that Champion just fumbled the bag rather heavily, couldn't find themselves any sort of points, which means that this is that fourth place is well and truly open for the taking, very wide and clear. So here for Elevate, especially after the departure of Sapper as well, this is the time for them to try to find, I guess, their mojo, their identity back, their confidence. Confidence being sort of one of the biggest sort of talking points. Look, at least I'm gonna be honest though, the map pick does not instill a whole lot of confidence. That is, we're slowly turning into sort of the Villa Operation League.
Hey, I think that's fine. We get to compare a couple of different villas from a couple of different teams. I don't mind this. It's better than Oregon. It's better than Oregon after Oregon after Oregon.
Not wrong at all.
Yeah. Usually this is the part where, I would break out like, okay, this team played Villa this time, that team played Villa that time, but I don't really feel like doing it here because I don't think it's really going to matter which location they go to. I guess I'm gonna mention it. Elevate beat Obsession just last playday, 7-3 here on Villa. Champion were the ones who really delivered a root shock, as did Fury actually in the Operation League as well. Theme Park was where Fury beat Elevate, and Skyscraper was where Champion beat Elevate. So you can see it's fairly straightforward that Skyscraper is gone. Theme Park maybe something that Strape are not very comfortable playing with as well. But it's just in general, it just seems like Elevate are very comfortable on this map. They just played it last playday.
Very much so. Yeah, look, it's one of those maps that they were able to flex a pretty decent run, all things considered. It's not a Skyscraper, so at least that makes me happy. Yeah, look, I'm keen to see though how will Angry X really perform, because Sapper left quite big shoes to really fill, and so here for Angry X, obviously quite a fair bit of things will need to be ramped up about, but it's also good to see that a fair few players are returning back to the Elevate sort of gaming house. So we could be seeing finally, you know, Elevate back into the swing of things, back from the vacation. That's where they could absolutely, you know, start bringing in the juice, the sauce.
So straight. Last week they also played Villa. Lost 7-2 against Direwolves. Not a good sign for them at all. Although you could say they lost every single match that they have played so far, so that doesn't really matter all too much. We're gonna see a straight ban out Nook. Not the operator I would ban against Elevate if I was to pick an operator to ban against Elevate, but either way, the balance of power is very much against them.
Yeah, power certainly there to just get it all switching around. Look, Nomad, I'm gonna be honest here with you. I'm gonna be with you here, Infin. Certainly the last operator that I would be expecting to bear witness to be banned out. But look, we say that it's, you know, an oddity. We've seen quite a fair few of the Nomad picks to actually come around, so it shouldn't really be too much of a, you know, surprise to us that one of the teams just wants to completely eliminate the idea of that very sneaky, very quick, impromptu sort of flank watch without having, you know, to put in the effort or the numbers.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Oh, heading into Aviator End games once more. We're going to see how Elevate set up the defenses compared to Fury. So Fury and Elevate, of course, in Apex South, the team that really gave us quite a bit of a shock. Elevate by losing, Fury by winning. And you can see a direct comparison now against, I think, teams that aren't really on either of Elevate's or Fury's level right now. They might be in the future at least a champion.
10 seconds to go.
You can see Fury had a full extension over here where you had the statuary wall. The triple wall was reinforced completely. Elevate have only put 2 reinforcements over there. Mr. Punch has actually reinforced that middle portion as well. I think that was completely just a double wall. So that's a little bit of a difference. I think Fury left 1 panel open. And we're going to have, I think, likely someone playing on those red stairs. At least defaulting back, as you can see, Mark and Mr. Punch. They're going to get ready to receive this push in from a straight who have 4 members on that side of the map. I think it might be 5. Oh, 4.
Yeah, it might be 4. Yeah, it might have been for a brief moment a full 5, which would have been an interesting sort of situation to really bear witness to. As it stands, I'm highly doubtful that we are going to see, you know, the same levels of aggression as Fury just managed to demonstrate to us. So assuming that this is going to be more so just by the books, Elevate just ironing out their play. I would imagine as well that, you know, given that Laxing has recently joined the team, he would have had quite a fair few choice words, especially after the loss to the champion. So,
oh, I bet. I absolutely bet. That would not have been a fun situation in the back room for those Elevate players. A straight so far, unable to really make any ground. They have taken control of Kofi and Statuary, but I think Elevate are more than happy to give that. They have 1 player, as I said, defaulted back down to the red stairs. They are going to drone them out. It's a common position. Even in rank, they're going to be expecting that someone's going to try and take the fight. Very soon, Mr. Punch needs to be a little bit more proactive. Don't delay. Disable the. He gets away with it.
Oh. I was about to say, how does he get away from this one? Because that if he would have run away, that is already a huge fumble by a straight. At least Mark is able to find the response back onto Keep. So that is the Yana, that's the frag grenade's gone and out. But that is a quite a big misplay in this position.
This is, I think, what Elevate's 3rd matchup with XGX in their roster since Sapper announced he's not going to be here. God is shining. He takes down Mark and puts the advantage in his team's favor as DCH equalizes. 1 second.
3 straight, still continuing to push as much as they can, although yeah, with 30 seconds remaining, not much can be done. Angry X holding off his fort, his part of the bargain, but DCH is in a very dangerous position where, yep, exactly that very pre-fire could happen. Yes. They very much come around, but instead it's that's the last thing that you want to do. DCH TKing the Angry Eggs. But look, the plant is still attempted here. Then comes the swing, but this one completely shut down. Here he just at this point just always with the food, just looking to just shut down, prevent any sort of plant.
Operators, you have run out of
PD will
time.
be saved by the last remaining Astray player.
Well, that is a simple way to start things off. Not too much happened over there on the side of Astray. We did say, Cthulhu, that, you know, this is a map where on the defense you have to be a little bit more proactive, you have to take a little bit more of the gunfights, rather than Oregon basement where you can just hold the line. But with Elevate, I think superiority as we expect them to
Defenders,
have,
protect your
as
bombs
they
from being
demonstrated.
defused by
They
attackers.
just held the line on the side. They were, I think, playing around. Mark's engagement on Red Stairs was really poor. And after that, they went down 3 versus 3. This kill that you're seeing right now from DCH, it's getting away with it, and then having his teammate come up to get it. Incredible. And then he kills Angry X for helping him out.
Yeah, not the ideal result of that sort of intention, given that obviously the aim has been to deal with the attacker rather than the defender, but look, at the end of it all still works out. But yeah, look, I gotta say, Elevate we get a little bit pressured there, but it was off the back of just rather sort of mispositionings, mistimings, and so on and so forth. So nothing too tragic, at least just yet, but definitely something that would need to keep an eye on for the later stages, I reckon.
Oh, Astray again. You know, I almost called him the Astrolith for a second because that's exactly the same tag that they use. Astray, once again, setting up for an east side push. I think we should harken back to Fury's. Yeah, there was a Kali Ying situation. I think there was a Dokkaebi and a Lion involved as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. So we are seeing a Dokkaebi, but we're not seeing basically everything else over here. It worked out okay. It worked out really well, sorry, for Fury. I'm not too sure that Astray are going to be able to pull it off, of course.
Attackers have located a bomb.
But Mark is downstairs. There might be an information gap.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Astray could very much exploit quite a number of those sort of mispositions that could come around to bite back at Elevate, but at the same time, seems like Elevate are starting to get a little bit more sort of confident in their sort of act in their play. The way how Mark is playing from down below certainly does prove that there's a reason why Villa is one of those sort of picked maps by Elevate. They want to ensure that they are giving quite a run for their money. They'll play from down below once again. Mark being pressured, unfortunately, could not land a whole lot of damage onto Phenomenal, which does in return will cost him his own life. A lot of Excaliburs, though, were wasted amidst all that breach.
Still get an opening, and it's looking okay for Astray. It's got a 2-man count advantage, and Onigiri going down is really not going to help Elevate. He's been one of their best players in the 2022 season.
Eve, meanwhile, does get the better of Angry X, which, again,
Attackers recover the bomb.
there's still a whole lot of faith, at least in terms of this very round. DCH does manage to bite back. We've already seen it somewhere else before, Fury being able to completely upset the 4v2. This time, the Phenomenal will get picked back up, so 4v2 is once again back into the general thing. But it would take quite a phenomenal effort to really shut it all down. DCH managing to find got a shiny, will be able to might swing, but instead it's all just He himself double frag at the end of it all. Phenomenal push, just deciding to take the opportunity in his hand.
Oh, that is a very good attack from the Strafe, and you could see that they were, I think, maybe shaping up. Like, we talked about this, Cthulhu, I think, maybe not with you, but we have talked about this here at the Operation League in the summer as well as in the autumn. Strafe's ideas aren't bad. Astrape's
Attackers
ideas
need
are
to
actually
locate and defuse
normal. They're
bomb.
pretty good. They're following what everyone else does. Maybe they're not innovating themselves. That's fine. They are still trying to get right, and by and large, they do get it right. The only difference is the execution is usually lacking. This time around, it wasn't. They got all the kills that they needed to, and certainly it looked like at points Elevate were being sloppy, but you gotta capitalize upon what you offered, and that's something that Astrape haven't been able to do many times in the past. So it's a very good start for them, and this is, I think, one of the better opportunities for Astrape to really get like an incredible upset. I don't think they're gonna, win, but like get a point, as they already have so far. Because Angry X is only his second game with Elevate in any competition since 2021 season ended. Since then.
I mean, they were able to claim a couple of rounds here and there. Just unfortunately not yet close enough to finding that sort of the right pacing to get themselves over that sort of the board to get to that 6th point, to get to that 7th point, and well, score themselves at least one way or the other victory. But look, yeah, I think against Elevate, this is just going to be sort of looked at as yet another learning point. It's the way how they could have really executed it. Sort of Keith taking the initiative in his hands, at least to me, sort of tell that sort of story of they wanting to be proactive, and they need to be proactive, otherwise it's just complete stall out, complete death, loss, however you want to call it. And at least in terms of that, it is a good time for progression. Mark, oh my, he's in a whole lot of problem. Oh, never mind.
Still gets the kill. He got a shiny end, gets the second one as well. I thought for sure Phenomenal would be getting it. But I think that is, again, we saw with Fury against Champion as well. They back themselves. They know that they are better gunners. And they just go and take the fights accordingly. Mark was alone. That's not a situation you see Elevate do against fellow Apex South teams, for example. They're comfortable rolling dice against Astrape. And that's exactly why.
So, looking to dish out a lot of punishment here, and for all the right reasons. Onigiri getting rid of Keith, the person who was just able to push so many occasions, hold out PG and Bolivian to do anything, though Mark does dispose of Bolivian pretty quickly. Hold out the case player who will get on the board for the points, for the frags, but that one full order in his hands. Mag dump after mag dump is there. He does claim the life of Mark at the end of it all, but it's only Giri to conclude it all up. Nice and clinical at the end of it all. Free fire through the wall, and well, Jinan.
No surprises again. Elevate coming back strong with this round. They didn't lose players in their gunfights. The gunfights maybe exactly weren't how they would play it with like other teams, as I mentioned earlier on during the round itself. But I guess at the end of the day, they're just trying to preserve their strategies. I know, not saying that they're not trying, not saying that they're showing everything else either, because they're in a very tough fight in the Apex South. Very, very real risk of missing out on the Yonko Ping Major. They're yet to play Dials, they're yet to play Gaiden Gladiator. Already lost to Fury. Only top 2 in Apex South goes to the Major. And the Operation League is a site where, it's a place where Dials, Fury, and Gaiden Gladiators are all here. We're watching each and every move that Elevate makes.
10 seconds remaining.
No point really when you are on paper at least superior to Astrape, and Astrape haven't got a single win so far. It's bringing 2 points, bringing their best. And you can tell Elevate are not really bringing their best. Neither with Fury.
Yeah, Elevate sort of just enjoying it. They still putting in the effort, absolutely, but the way how they sort of been conducting themselves has been definitely sort of more contradictory. That they playing more so just for the frags, practicing their swings, practicing their sort of general sort of by the book sort of play, where they're nailing their basics, they're making sure that is not going to be the problem going into the actually serious matches. And for all intents and purposes, I mean, so far been working out pretty good, all things considered.
Drone activated.
So when Astrape won the round earlier on, they got one kill, they went untraded, they got a second kill, also went untraded, and I think up until the third kill, no one from Elevate had responded. And Elevate are really playing this very casually. Mark again on a solo room, very deep, using their basement. It's a viable strategy, has been used against Apex-style teams to good effect by Elevate and many others. It's just not something that is best of ideas every single time. If Astrape start getting more kills, as they just did, taking out Mark, then it could spell trouble if one player, on the defense is very far away from bomb side, which we saw on Oregon, Super Zati in that one round.
Yeah, Zati was definitely one of those big sort of examples of how not to do it. But yeah, you are very much correct. Yeah, the far away roam definitely hasn't been working out quite well. Got a shiny though, he's able to find the on the rotation different times. So the numbers so far are actually looking pretty sturdy, pretty good. Astrape look to just go for the overmatch, but again, they can't really get too complacent because the Elevate already previously did punish them before. With him being out of the equation, this could be rather problematic. At least the rotation in the vault is still very much alive and good, but Angry X just using up the final gas grenade does not make things any more promising, really.
What is going on right now? Astrape, 30 seconds left to go, and they are getting pretty much everything they need to do. They're getting the wall open. I think that Impact missed, and they have the max advantage.
Yeah, now for DCH, that means that the rotation has been completely eliminated. Angry X still being able to pump out the numbers, still being able to dance around the study room, and being able to do the 15 seconds remaining. This could still be halted very, very quickly. The ping's coming around. The information is just bountiful right now, but unfortunately for Angry X, he just peeks into too many positions. 3 seconds remaining. He denies the plan. No, Bolivian is actually sticking the plan. You need to go. You need to go. DCH needs to full send it, and right now, all the time is off the essence. No! The body block is...
Oh my god, talk about a physical block. Talk about literally blocking them. Oh my god, he even went down. Yeesh. Those two players literally, physically blocked them. Oh, I wish we could see their faces right now. I wish we could see both the team's faces right now. DCH will not believe what has just happened. I don't believe what has just happened. That is a clip, like, that you're gonna show, you're gonna post on Twitter, and you're gonna laugh about it. You're like, that is insane. When do you see that?
That is a clip where you say that you finessed Elevate using the down
players. Yeah, absolutely.
Look, I mean, I'm in for those moments. What really makes things unfold more enjoyable, really, here in the Operation League. Given that ain't some absolutely outrageous plays, and I mean, yeah, this very play, if not for the fact that well, my DCH falling back at the worst timing possible, and I mean, how could he known as well? Because given that there's no pings, there's no notifications about the injured, what it's worth for him, still a 1v3.
Yeah, he's gonna feel a little bit annoyed.
Absolutely, especially after he watches the replay.
Might we be talking about Astrape a little bit more seriously? Should we be talking about them, I guess, a little bit more seriously than we have been so far? Because they are two fairly good rounds in against Elevate.
The attacker's bomb diffuser
has rounds, the ones that they do end up winning, they have been absolutely phenomenal to watch.
Attackers
and absolutely sensational. The way how they managed to execute it, the way how they've held their positions, the way how they've even approached the gunfight. Those were an absolute pleasure to watch. So, look, absolutely, I think, well, we've been talking for quite a fair while about Astrape learning. maybe it's not today about the learning. It's about flying to the actual, you know, practice.
I mean, they're looking comfortable right now. Phenomenal goes in. He actually does this. And what Elevate did, he has a kill against Angry X. There's one more on the main stairs. There's gonna be a little bit of but Onigiri and Mark, they respond beautifully to 2v4. Straight, I think, pushed their luck too far.
Straight pushed out, or rather let the Blitz push out too far without actually backing him up. With some backup, it would have been a completely different situation, I reckon. So, once again, well, with each and every practice and each and every approach, it's always a learning point, and the learning point here is back up your Blitz, please, for the love of God. Don't let the German operator go all solo.
Ooh.
Don't let Mr. Punch swing like that as well.
Yeah. How many teams have we seen today, Cthulhu, just not backing up the players, or their players just going a little bit too early? That was a 2v2, that was winnable. Olivian caught out early.
Oh no.
Onigiri finishes it off. I wonder if they're taking this serious. I think now they're taking this serious. Look at this.
The 2 rounds that Street were able to really pull off absolutely rattled Elevate here.
Yeah, it looks like it, right?
They definitely rattled them. They bit of a maybe PTSD from the champion game started to come around, and this one is like, yeah, look, maybe we get a little bit more serious. We'll get a little bit more thorough. Although it doesn't really, let's say, reflect
Attackers need to locate and defuse
a whole lot on their picks, but. I mean, the introduction of Castle now looking to be brought in to slow down the overall push. The introduction of Lucy is there. Maru, or not Maru, Rooney is being introduced by DTH. So there's a fair bit of just an adjustment of the lineup just to physically slow down the approach towards the side or towards any form of that sort of crucial position.
Yeah, no, I agree. Straight to get this third round. Suddenly, it will look so very different from what we were talking earlier on. It's a really big surprise that they are as competitive as they are. I would not have expected anything to be coming out of the street. As I made myself clear, which is maybe a little bit disrespectful to them, I will admit now.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
As long as, or rather, unless Strafe do end up coming out with a win here over Elevate, I think most of the criticism has been relatively justified. But yeah, look, we definitely have been sort of pushing, well, not pushing, rather telling the storyline of the Strafe that I think more so felt like it was the Strafe from the summer season. The autumn season definitely brought in quite a fair few changes. Whilst yes, Strafe still unfortunately at the bottom of the leaderboard, it's still an improved Strafe. The way how they've been moving around, that they have been approaching certain plays, certain theories, has been definitely bringing a whole lot more promise to what could be, you know, a much brighter time. And I mean, technically, they've improved their scoreline comparative to the last season. They went from 0 points to 1 point so far. So I mean,
infinite
baby steps. Yeah.
That is an engagement, though, that we have seen Onigiri, or rather, Onigiri's teammate. He's got a couple of cross barricades to assist him. But he's taking up so much time and attention. Well, Mark gets one, cleans up, Angry X gets another, and that's exactly what Onigiri would have wanted. Elevate would have wanted. All they did was one player.
Onigiri absolutely mopping up with his opposition. All down to Phenomenal to try to do anything here. This Red Bell 86 looking to do some work, but instead, well, actually opt out of that gunfight. Instead, gets a bit better of Mark. Phenomenal once again showing that he'll be able to at least take a few more people with him, but it's only been one more person out of Elevate. Onigiri wraps up that gig pretty convincingly, all things considered. With a disgusting angle, might I add, as well.
Really impressive from Elevate, and I think the level that we expected them to perform, not quite in the 2 rounds they dropped, where they should have been performing a little bit better. They let slip a couple of rounds. I don't think they're going to be doing that. Somehow, though, Cthulhu, we talked about how it kind of looked a little bit like an attacker-sided situation in the previous drill. Somehow, I think we're going to see the same thing with Elevate. It just feels like Fury and Elevate as that kind of, those kinds of teams that are just more comfortable on the attack.
Look, I wouldn't put it past, that's one of the few factors that separates, the good teams from great teams is the ability to be flexible on both the attack and the defense. So I wouldn't put it past that, this is where, Elevate completely run away with. But, I mean, in terms of just their general performance so far, yes, look, not the absolute, ruffle stomp that we come to expect from Elevate, but it's been sort of a reoccurring question that I've been probably more so asking myself rather than, my colleagues during the OPL, is that is it really just Elevate, performing Warrior, or is it just more so we finally seeing the rest of the competition catch up?
Excellent point. I think in Apex South we can definitively say the rest of the competition has caught up. The fact that Elevate defied expectations by becoming a team to get 2 majors in a row was already surprising. And really good from the SI. But, on the other hand, you see Onigiri walking into crossfires like that, and Martin walking through the laser gate.
Well, I mean he's still able to just snap to the heads like that. I mean, by all means, do walk in through those gates. But yeah, look, I'll have to say, all things considered, the way how Elevate sort of woke up after, I think, round 4, I think is just basically just all sort of par for the course. Sort of an expected turnout. Yes, Strape also did a phenomenal couple rounds where they just were able to find really good positionings. I mean, the very first round, it was the first or the second one, where one of the players on the red stairs just couldn't really run away from Phenomenal.
Yeah, it was marked.
It was marked, yeah. So there's absolutely 110%, it's been just a straight knowing, or rather seeing the, a miniature mistake that has been made by Elevate and being able to really turn it from, a millimeter by to like a full mile wide. Yo, a lot of damage coming in though. DCH. Perfect solo game from himself. Drones himself in and finds the target. Makes it a whole lot easier. Bolivian as well. Can't really, doesn't really have any sort of explosives to deal with that ballistic shield. As the plan does go down very firmly. Big G does get a better off. Falling in 1v1. Yeah, look, the M762 is a little bit better.
No surprises whatsoever. Elevate using that Ursa shield very well, muscling their way into the bomb site, and just looking like they are the better team. Demonstrating really should be the term we should be using.
Yeah. So far, well, Elevate are par for the course. Looking pretty convincing. Keep on dishing out the damage. Keep on, keep on keeping on, sort of thing. Really for themselves. Because unfortunately, well, maybe unfortunately, maybe fortunately for us, there's nothing else to really describe it. We'll keep on keeping on. And, well, I mean, for Elevate, that just means just keep on winning the rounds. The way how they've managed to conduct themselves on the attack, despite the initial, shortcomings of the entry issues for players like Onigiri, the team actually managed to keep themselves afloat pretty nicely.
5 seconds to go. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
5-2 lead for Elevate. I have a feeling we're going to be looking at the conclusion of this matchup fairly soon. I do want to point out though, like, straight statistically, KD-wise, not really been terrible. Look at that, 4-5 for Bolivian, 3-5 for God. Phenomenal, 3-6. Okay, he is a little bit more of a support player. He's getting 5-6. Big G actually going positive against a team like Elevate. Being a team like a Straight, I think that's fine. You can be proud of that, even if you have only 1-2 rounds. But while I say only, for a Straight, that is a big achievement. And they should be proud of that.
Oh.
Launching
Right now,
replicator.
Elevate are looking to make once again a very convincing entry, albeit the Mujammers are preventing the confidence in that sort of play. Well, Mark once again being the big entry point, Field in his front, looking to just take points. Establish a really nice foothold. That is, by the way, also a great way of utilizing those also shields as well. Just setting up the perfect conditions. But they will be able to, you know, keep on dishing out punishment, keep on swinging from. Yes, the impact grenades though will very quickly make quick work off those very set shields. So gotta be very wary about them. Do we expect to see a swift entry?
HG going very aggressive this week. It's an action that we actually see used a lot by attackers, exactly where PUBG is setting up. So it might seem a little bit odd, but he is expecting something weird. Phenomenal though, unfortunately for him, they fell behind him trying to take on Mark and on a Yuri. He walked in with the Yota shield that he was going to come in. Oh my! One, but not the impact grenade.
Yeah, with all the chaos completely unraveling here, Dota Shiny is the last player standing amidst the absolute bloodbath that Elevate managed to pull off. Nagiri, quite low on HP, a single tap will basically be the down of him, but it doesn't even matter. DTH on the rotation, and yeah, very much there was a bit of a pent-up frustration there at the end of it all. Just dumping the rest of the magazine. A Strape to request. Well, the timeout once again. Feels like it's a little bit too late, but maybe things will
at the same time, what can you talk about? Right? Like, you're 6-2 down. You are, yes, you're defending, but you are playing against Elevate. Like, look at Onigiri smiling. It's over for you. It's done. That man has smiled. You're dead. A Strape, I don't know.
Defenders
I have a
protect
feeling
the
that,
bombs from being
you know, they're
defused by
probably
attackers.
just telling each other to calm down, play basics. Yeah, and I think we have a bug. I think it might be related to a timeout. Once again, having the
bug. Every time we're gonna have,
yeah, timeout maybe.
Yeah, every time we're getting the timeout, basically prepare for a rehost. Oh well, look. It is what it is. We get to speak a little bit more about both the teams. We get to speak about, you know, Elevate looking, extend the timer, extend the window of opportunity to sort of dissect all the information for a Strape. For Elevate, they just get to maybe share some few more memes.
Laxing's like, hey boys, should I order you a steak? You know, I know exactly. You know, this is the recipe for dinner later. For celebratory steak.
Yeah, look, I gotta say, so far it's been a pretty solid domination though from Elevate. They managed to keep themselves in the running really thoroughly, really well. Nothing really to, you know, completely criticize comparative to, you know, you look back at the champion game, there was quite a fair few fumbled bags. Quite a fair few problems that arisen from that. Whereas this time, yeah, look, it's all fixed up, all feeling a whole lot easier. Yes, argument could be made is that it's obviously they're playing against a Strape comparative than a champion. But it's good to see that even on the side of just basics, basic performances, basic plays, strats, setups. Well, less of strats and setups, but just the general sort of behavior. It all seems to be normalizing now for Elevate.
Yeah. It's also like, you know, you gotta take every match seriously at this point. I know Elevate have dominated APAC South, been the best team from the region so far this entire year. But they lost to Fury twice, once in Operation League, once in APAC South, and then they also lost to Champion. At this point, they have to begin to take every match seriously. I'm not saying that, you know, you go all out and you absolutely try your darndest and everything and you sacrifice everything. Straight are being taken seriously. Elevate aren't showing everything. It's not a conflicting statement.
Well, yeah, true. For Stripe, they seem to have found quite a fair few rounds, which was sort of the winning formula. But it's good to see that, you know, they're still able to string a couple of rounds here and there. But all things considered, it's been a very bumpy road in terms of now finding that sort of consistency, which is a long road ahead. We are, though, I believe, going to go to a bit of a cheeky break just to get everything sorted, get the players back into the lobby. So after that, we are going to be continuing and possibly even wrapping up the matchup between Strape and Elevate. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the matchup. 6-2 in favor of Elevate.
Attackers must discover the location of a bomb.
Remind us what has been so far going.
We had a fairly decent showing from Astrape earlier on. They got 2 rounds when playing on the attack,
10 seconds
surprisingly, against Elevate. And then after that, Elevate began taking it seriously at 2-2. And have run away with it 4 rounds in a row.
Attackers
indeed, yeah. Look, Elevate will look quite promising so far. In the way how they've held on to their play, held on to their sort of general pacing, it has been a pretty convincing turnout. That has been it's been very difficult to really match for Strape. Absolutely shows that. And look, there's definitely quite a fair bit of sort of almost catching up to really do for Strape to really reach any sort of point in time to get to that sort of win condition, I guess you could call it. Whereas, I mean, you look at Elevate, yeah, look, regular day in the office, once again. Phenomenal frag grenades still coming, well, rather frags coming around, as Keith does fall. Mr. Punch looking to make a interesting play with a Blackbeard, as I only just now noticed that big. The legendary Nerf beard coming back into the swing of things.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of Blackbeard picks in a couple of places so far, and it's really been baffling me. And I have to assume it is really just because of the fact that you got a face shield to be a little bit more placed in your peaks. Nice E4.
E4 indeed does spook off Mark quite nicely away from all this. But looking at even more damage to possibly start coming in. Big G trying to hold off his own forward here, but so many shots starting to fly his way. The Magnets as well, I believe, all nearly extinguished. On the Geary gets the better of Phenomenal. It's all going downfall here in the Strape camp as well. More and more places being taken. Though finally, Mr. Punch does get eliminated. Go to Shiny gets the better of Onigiri all of a sudden. 3-3.
Very doable for a Strape right now. They are holding the angles pretty well. They've got fire as well. Although God is Shiny has been down somehow, somewhere. Didn't quite get to notice that. He's gonna get picked back up. That is very, very important for a Strape to keep themselves in this. Elevate are trying their best. They're just looking for picks. They have gone for picks very easily, as they just do. 1v3 and ended, and the game ended. That is GG's. You were right. Good. He just came back from that long pause too quickly at the game.
Yeah, quickly to end it all, to end the matchup. Look, I mean, Elevate managed to clean up their act really, really well. Amidst it all, they managed to. Well,
he was concerning for a second.
Look, it may have gotten, a little bit concerning, but all things considered, I gotta say, yeah, I think Elevate might just be back into their form. So going into the second half of the season, I genuinely want to say that I think we might start seeing, Elevate finally start claiming some of the bigger names. I think this is where Elevate could really hit the afterburners and start, taking the names like Direwolves, like Fury on once again. And I think the matchup that we could see, let me see, in Playday 8.
Yeah.
Pardon me, not Playday 8. Yeah, actually, yes. We'll start it off with Playday 8, Elevate versus Direwolves, is I think where this is going to be, time for the big testament for their performance. And I mean, if Elevate are able to, keep themselves running the way how they've done today and shoot themselves against a Strape, against Direwolves, I'll be very curious to see how will they perform. And I mean, look at this. Absolutely dominating performance, 6 rounds in a row.
Yep.
What more could you ask for?
Yeah, surprisingly, I think it's not wrong to ask from a little bit better. The initial set of rounds, as I said, were a little bit concerning, but I think just like Fury, we talked about how these guys were looking like they were playing with their food. Elevate were doing it as well, and yeah, they snapped out of it really quickly. Good result, good launch point for them in Apex South as well. As you said, those two teams that you mentioned, Direwolves and Gaming Gladiators, they have to go through them to get to the major as well. So we're gonna see this matchup twice if you're a fan of Elevate, and you're gonna be biting your nails all throughout the half-tier season because, well, it is a scary situation to be in if you're Elevate.
Oh, absolutely. For Elevate, the job is far from being done, and I mean, look, we would be lying to ourselves that we would be expecting them to straight away, go, oh yeah, Elevate it back to domination. Because we've highlighted this during the matchup as well. It's sort of nowadays it's more so of a talk about, the competition, rising to the challenge rather than the challengers being, the top dogs. But speaking about the top dogs, our dear viewers could be ones as well if you go in and type in #CallYourShots after following Rainbow Six SEA. Be in for a draw for yet another set of 6 credits as well, 2 per each end of the map, so quite a fair few to be given away for each one of the broadcasts, and plenty of chances for everyone to win one. But yeah, look, I'm gonna be honest. I'll probably need one more playday from Elevate to show us, a good, steady approach, and from there on, I think they should be in the clear.
Yeah, Elevate should be fine. At least in the Operation League, they should get to the finals fairly easily. It's not going to be a situation like in the ROG Masters where they had, their home LAN event and they didn't make it. I think it'll be a little bit tough for them to try and miss this one. But yeah, Elevate do have some work to do, especially with Angry X, who has replaced a player who was having the time of his life. Well, not mentally, but at least in the server. Big distinction. He was really doing extremely well, and I'm really glad that Elevate, just to touch on this really quickly, have given him the space and time to just explore and just hash things out on his own. Burnout is a very real thing, happens to everyone, happens to the best of us, and Elevate show, like Dark Zero, why they are a very good organization, allowing their players to take a bit of a break.
Telling you now this payback, so I take that. Ask them now what's stage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out, and all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they switch and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move. I'm a Kodak, so I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that lambe. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone no recess, but I live my best one, so
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. Here, Liv. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Playday 7. The final matchup is upon us. It is going to be VarianX and Obsession. The battle for the bottom of the leaderboard, or rather to escape the bottom of the leaderboard. Infian, look, we actually, on the predictions, for the cast predictions, we two have varying opinions as to who will come out victorious out of this one.
Yeah.
You backed Obsession, I backed VarianX. Look, going into this matchup, do we think that this is going to be basically, you know, the young blood, the sort of the fresh sort of brains, I guess, the developing sort of approach that will be posed against the veteran status of a few of the Obsession players?
I think that's a fair way to look at it, because the reason, which you touched on this earlier on, I think in the pregame, before the whole day started, we talked about, you know, why I picked Obsession, and the reason I gave was, look, these guys have Producer Boom, these guys have Routine, experienced pros from Q-Confirm and in Xavier Esports and a couple of other teams. They also have Silence, who I didn't really get to talk about back then because like the first game started. Silence, of course, was in Sharper Esport, and I think in the 2021/2022 promotion relegation for Apex South, his team made it to the second part of the gauntlet, so they won one game. Sharper, not a bad team as well, and that's the kind of firepower that Obsession are bringing to the table. And that's exactly what makes them, I think, a little bit more dangerous than Variance. But you are right. This is going to be a little bit of a young versus old setup. You can see Variance not really having that kind of experience, but right now, ahead of Obsession in the leaderboards.
Yeah, look, Varianix definitely had an interesting run, all things considered. I mean, with swapping in some of the players, I mean, you look at the sort of popping off Killers and Hellboy, who unfortunately didn't really have as many games as, say, somebody like Strike Zist and Peter. It's a roster that, at least in my eyes, has seen some good sort of rise in their performance. Whilst, yes, the scoreline and the leaderboard doesn't really speak to that, the rounds that we did get to see from them have been quite promising. I mean, you look at some of their performances. Yes, to GG, they fell 7-0, but this was their very first game within OPL. Against Elevate, it was a 7-5. Against Dire Wolves, it was a 7-4. So it was all looking pretty strong until the last two play days against Dire Wolves, or pardon me, rather not Dire Wolves, the Fury, 7-2 loss against Champion, another 7-2. So very next so far, they need to find their sort of the groove. Whereas you look at Obsession, it is a roster that has been somewhat reinvigorated with the introduction of Canon, but with him, it's been mostly about just trying to take as many opportunities as possible. Whereas some of the team just ends up preferring to play a little bit more of a withdrawn playstyle. So I think for Obsession, it's been more so just about the readjustment with the new introductions to the roster. What do you reckon?
I think that's a fairly accurate assessment. You would be a little bit like you can't. That is 100% a factor. Obviously, you and I on the outside can't really see how much of a factor that will be, especially on a map such as Clubhouse, which is very technical, needs to be very precise, very disciplined, and you need to have alongside the discipline a fair amount of unpredictability, adaptability, because unlike a similarly technical map such as Oregon, Clubhouse does demand that your players pull out something from under the sleeves every now and often.
Yeah, look, I'm definitely looking forward to Clubhouse because, well, first of all, this is at least not the third Villa, map. Which, yeah, a different map, which I would have been driven just absolutely crazy if I would have had to cast yet another one. Although, look, all the tools in the hands of the players, if they're willing to play the Villa, by all means, do go for it. But yeah, look, Clubhouse, I definitely think that we could get either very sort of by the book play style from both of the teams, and it's just more so about just polishing the gameplay, or at the end of it all, it could end up just literally being just one team just feeling a little bit friskier on the way how they pull their rotations, how they perform themselves on the roam game, because Clubhouse almost requires you nowadays to have at least some form of roam game to be able to keep on diverging sort of the pushes into different sort of positions.
Yeah, Clubhouse, we used to have this thing called an SSG roam, if you guys remember. Obviously popularized by Space Station Gaming around the time of SI 2020. But that defense, it doesn't exist anywhere close to what it used to be. And, that's exactly the kind of adaptation that you're talking about, Cthulhu, I would assume, right? take something, you change it up, and you eventually realize it works for you a little bit better than it might work for other teams. It works for you in your localized context.
Yeah, look, definitely we'll have to see how localized context really works out here, but straight off the bat, we do get a Hibana ban without any sort of hesitation. Varian X do prefer to keep it on a slightly more restricted note, whilst they're still, you know, ace prevalent. It seems they just don't want Hibana into the swing of things, and understandable. I mean, she's been
hatches,
staple,
right?
Yeah, the hatches, the amount of the ammo that you get with Hibana as well, and the amount of tries, certainly does help a whole lot. Maverick out of the equation does it narrows the job for the hard breaching even further now.
Wow.
Yeah, and both teams might just actually have just general troubles just getting the breaches done, even.
This is gonna be very interesting. They have 2 hard breaches still left, obviously. You know, you have your you have Kaid banned as well. Okay, so we aren't gonna find any difficulties opening up those hatches, no matter whether you're using an ace or a thermite. But I think Cthulhu, the point that you were trying to make, or you were definitely gonna get to at some point, was that now you're gonna need both the ace and the thermite to get everything opened up, because there's a lot of walls, a lot of hatches.
Yeah. I suppose it was almost bound to really happen, that sort of ban of Cade. Azami is the one that feels not odd, but almost sort of
unexpected, but also like
unexpected, what? But sort of not annoying, but it's disappointing, because for me, I genuinely enjoy whenever we get to see Azami, whenever we get to see, you know, the ability to showcase how much she can reshape the battlefield. It is a genuine pleasure to see, you know, teams go absolutely to town with some of the setups. But with her out of the equation, it's back to sort of very much sort of down to usual, down to basic sort of playstyle from both teams. But look, I mean, looking at the lineup, it is already promising quite a bit of spice, including Peter with the Supernova shotgun on Echo.
We saw a Supernova just now from Amaru,
10 seconds
right?
left.
In the field, no, not in the field. Daiwo.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah. Odd decisions didn't really work out. I think with
attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I don't think the shotgun's a bad idea, especially when you're on the defense. I think on a map and sites such as Clubhouse and this basement, you have lots of doorways, you know, that Echo can play around, specifically that motor doorway. Anyone wants to push in, face the shotgun.
True.
Especially when you only have one other shotgun in the meeting.
I mean, the range on the Supernova as well, it can be rather nasty as well in the right circumstances.
It drops and you instantly nail them in the in the motor hatch.
So yeah, there's definitely plenty of ways about it, and plenty of ways to really ruin an attacker's day. As it stands, though, Varian X looking to actually take on the push from the get-go on the top floor. But I say this already, the breaches in plentiful have been done on at least that hatch. So look, do we get to see Obsession go for just that full flexibility, or is it just all fumbling, sort of not fumbling, but funneling to, or rather, towards the one position?
Well, kind of great. He's on the look as Producer Boom nearly loses his life. That would have been very devastating. Oh, but what a response! Catching them out. Jay Lucky on the rotation. Silence also answers back on the Hellboy, and mankind advantage for the attackers. But it could have very easily been disaster losing one of your hard breaches.
Absolutely.
Or rather, the only hard breacher.
The only hard breacher, yeah. That would have been
tough. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, with the buffs to the secondary hard breach, by all means, I mean, go for it.
That's true. Yeah.
So, not the worst, but it definitely would have tripled a fair bit the general sort of setup that could have been introduced. It was actually realistic vertical gameplay, despite the fact that shots initially could be going against him rather than for him. Well, rather in his favor. me at least, well, what do Varian X do here? Because it seems like they just sort of try to avoid as many of the angles and just wait for Obsession to come into the close range contention.
So he's playing very dangerously in the Moda hatch below that. Lots of games having EMPs and frag rays going in, trying to AC position. Oh, that's poor. That's really poor from the attackers, but Kanam Tway comes in and kind of gets revenge for his down team. They feel like he's gonna stay on the floor. Kanam Tway gets killed as well as all up in a 1v1. Feature. He drops with the shotgun. My, oh my, what? What a way.
He stayed strapped. He stayed strapped with that shotgun.
You call it. That shotgun has range.
Yes, sir. That was actually the funny part before the the whole rework of the suppressors. Supernova had a very weird gimmick where you take off the suppressor, it can beam across the hallway. Like 2 to 3 pump, yeah, you basically 110% confirming a kill. With the suppressor, you could point blank somebody and they wouldn't die. And I don't know what was the whole thing. Or maybe if it was the damage calculation per pellet rather that was doing the head in of the siege, game logic. But after the change, oh boy, you could do some absolutely wondrous things.
Oh, and we saw one of those that round. Because
5 seconds to go.
Oh my.
It was clean. It was absolutely clean. And oh look, and me up for more. That's all I'm going to say here. I'm excited to see what both of the teams, as a matter of fact, would be able to utilize. But funnily enough, this time it's back to a little bit more of a standardized sort of usage of the shotguns, the introduction of Frost with the secondary shotgun, the Mute with the shotgun, all of the the general rotation game, certainly all nice and all covered. Producer Boom can easily very much circumvent the Mute Jammer by just planting the Brimstone charge slightly higher. Could be located in just a few more moments. Anytime now.
There you go.
Anytime. Weirdly enough, though, I say weirdly enough, actually, never mind. I was about to say no contention on the Raptors, but it is no CCP and cash hold. So it's a slight extension for the Jim Bedroom.
Good attack from the attackers so far. Good attack control. Silence on the catwalk. And what a beautiful frag grenade from below. Nice information on the drone, and Goldini absolutely follows that up. He is gonna be very, very good and very lethal with those frag grenades.
Yeah, Clubhouse is one of those maps that does allow you to get a little bit crazy with some of those frag grenades. Zist, meanwhile, cops quite a fair bit of heat now for the full back. It goes for a run out anyways and still scores a frag just out of nowhere. Speaking of Houdini's sort of magic, my lord, that was something spooky. Oh god, what is this setup? Probably Hellboy, my lord.
I mean, apparently that is...
A bomb has been located.
That is,
it is a gun.
Looked up for variants. Yeah, it is a gun.
So we can establish that at least.
Eesh. Well, he's not gonna catch this guy because he's looking too high. Silence creeps down the stairs, crouch, and that actually saves his life in that situation. Crouching is usually ill-advised. Oh, that is going to be a pretty breeder. No, why did you fire?
Oh, it's just tragic outcome there for the game out. All down to this to try to do anything even. He can't really do much. I mean, against that dripped out over AR-33, I mean, I don't think even I would be able to do anything.
That looks so good, though, the AR-33.
That is drippy.
I want that. What skin is that? I have like 100 alpha packs to open.
I want to start unboxing them, mate.
Maybe I'll get that. But yeah, oof. Just a very nice attack. You could see the beginnings of the attack early on. They got the wall open really quickly, even though it took 2 minutes left. A little bit red-faced with the timing of that jammer. Silence was on catwalk. He got control. They got control of Cash. He moved in, got killed. Especially that one onto Hellboy at the bottom. really well done. Silence. True to his name was silent and keeping down.
Doing the absolute.
Oh, 10 seconds left.
But overall, look, I gotta give it to Obsession.
5 seconds
That
left.
last round was still a very well executed one. Not a whole lot of time wasted.
Defuse a bomb.
Managed to clear out the utility in pretty quick times. They're on. It was all sort of done and dusted, and really nothing else to really raise concerns about. Interesting to me that it is actually a retry of Gym Bedroom, but this time we have a dedicated player playing around the rafters area. The only issue being is that somebody forgot about the bandage chop on that wall, and Silence just enters free of charge, and Silence gets a double out of literally nowhere.
That was a long range shot, the second one as well, all the way from the stage. Yeah, this is exactly why I hyped up Silence earlier on. He has the experience, and now he has the R4C again. I don't remember clearly whether he was an Ashmin back in the day with Sharper Esports, but he's certainly using it to great effect right now.
You're getting the top experience back into himself. Getting back into the old time swing of things. It's not over yet though for Varian Eggs. They should still be able to find a little bit of an extra traction. I say that though. Peter actually does get the better of Silence at the end of it all after trading out the majority of his health pool. Now in comes the more difficult situation where it's down to Hellboy and Killers to actually hold the fort, whereas it's Peter to actually hold the office. Which means technically a 4v2. Both Hellboy and Killers, this is going to be a rather problematic position given that a lot of angles are just about to be contested.
Killers just waiting, a little bit dangerously looking at the window. Luckily no one is trying to contest it just quite. And this is something, oh, that's a great angle from Hellboy. I was gonna say this is something that I noticed in an EOL game. It was in another game where Zeronic and Shas are talking as this round's coming to an end. I'll get to that point. I'll let you take this. Absolutely.
Honestly, yeah, this is going to be quite a tall order. All of a sudden, Roldini and Obsession posed at a bit of a threat, but I say that Roldini's a threat himself. Managing to nail these sort of shots have been absolutely phenomenal. Selma charge just to generate some sound to cover some of his push sounds, but as it stands, already revealed this position. Pre-fire here, simple one tap is going to be enough to end the Ace's life, but he needs to push. In comes the swing, clinical from Killers to wrap it all up. And yeah, look, I had concerns for Varian Eggs to hold off this side. No, they managed to hold it on pretty well, all things considered.
Well, I mean, I definitely didn't think that Roldini was going to get that 1-3, but the point I was making before everything, you know, went pear-shaped for Obsession was that in that EOL game, I think it was Na'Vi versus TP9, it was on Clubhouse as well last week, and they were just, you know, Shas was co-streaming and Zeronic was in chat, and they were basically discussing how rare it is to see the Jacuzzi wall get opened up, and that is a wall. Once it gets opened up, it makes it really easy for the attackers to start applying pressure. Now, the downside was Jacuzzi was alone. It was very late in the round as well, but they still got the wall open, so they had the right idea, they just couldn't execute it properly. And like Zeronic said, that should be opened a lot to put the pressure.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Consider this sort of setup could certainly work out here. Very next to the way how they've held, the way how Obsession approached it as well. This has been sort of very much of a back and forth game, I have a feeling, in Fien. With the way how sort of both teams seem to be able to actually just or almost adjust on the go. So it's been, in their own terms, sort of down to just the minuscule sort of mistakes here and there as well. Wouldn't it be?
Yeah. We'll see. Obsession are on the attack on Farmhouse. Killer's on a very deep room here. He obviously has his utility all set up. Is Canon Twy going to find the Valkyrie? No, he goes straight down into the basement. And then Valkyrie, I think, could come back to haunt them. The Dokkaebi calls are going to be fairly useless. Hellboy gets the first kill on the Producer Room. Not a good start. That's the main heart respawn.
Exactly that, Will. Oh boy. Please trade it out for Producer Boom's demise. Does make things a little bit more even. I say that Gillis already claims yet another.
I'll give them
Claims another life. Canom is no longer a alive one amidst all of that. Jay Lucky, Roldini, and Silence once again will try to keep themselves afloat. Killer's still deciding to just stick around for the play. He does manage to drain quite a fair bit of a time, but in his demise, well, Session 2 managed to even out the scoreline 3-3 in terms of this round. Still with a minute and 20, well, just up minute 20 to go. We could still see quite a fair bit of rotation actually coming around from the session where I don't think they will be pressed too much for time. He's just
nice angle set up once again from Silence. They're still getting good use out of those heartbeat charges, and luckily for them, Producer Room did get that, dirt wall open. Jay Lucky looking for those Valkyrie cameras. They're very much aware of what the Valkyrie obviously dealt with. Went early, potentially, the Valkyrie. Trying to get information, but the player at Gunrack is going to need to be dealt with. And Roldini, he's carrying the diffuser. So they can't even drop the hatch and try and get a plant off. They need to kill that Gunrack player.
Gunrack position will be so much crucial here. Where was Roldini looking at the wall there? Does nail a phenomenal shot. Oh my god. And Silence as well gets the better of Zist. All of a sudden it's all down to Peter to do any sort of work. C4 is out. That could deny. It does deny. He needs to stay alive. 6 more seconds. 5, 4, 3. Surely this is where he stays alive too. He does that. He nails a snap as well. He's just built differently, Ian.
Okay, I mean, I was ready to praise that explosive execute from Silence, from Roldini. Roldini his face is a mixture of confusion and dismay. They don't understand how they let that slip. It shouldn't have been as close as it was. They had no idea exactly where Peter was, and Peter obviously
attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Came back to haunt them, quite literally. And because he was using that suppress, I think, vector, he just didn't give his position away when he got the first kill onto Silence. Second kill. After Ruby.
Indeed. I gotta say that was still very elegantly executed there by Peter. That was what a snap! Look at that transfer. Oh, clean aim there.
10
seconds. Himself in there. 3-1. Very next. Now here's the thing though. India.
5 seconds.
This is the pattern that I actually noticed going throughout so far. Majority of the play days that went so far. Teams that are currently, sitting at 7 and 8, they're in X position and a straight line. Immensely struggle on the attack. Which means going into both of these halves, at least in my eyes, this is going to be a game of just who can string more defensive rounds for them. Because attack is going to be a struggle fest regardless of both the sides. I definitely, at least in my eyes, I think Obsession and Very Next be very much, yeah, I was about to say that flow was not meant to actually be all opened up like this. Hold up. But yeah, I definitely think that both teams will very much struggle in the attack. And I mean, so far, Obsession's been proving that they have been, in fact, struggling with quite a fair few of these setups.
setup again, once again being a little bit slow on the side of variants, but I don't think they, it's not really been something that's punished them. Obsession had the opportunity. It's like, you know, they're 2 minutes and they're still doing like vertical things. But variants are pretty much always getting the upper hand.
Yeah, already with this nailing one, that's a 2 already, just walking into his sights. A-Lucky gone. Another one, there's a MG still ready to rumble. No, why are you pulling out the impacts there? This just completely fumbles the bag. That's the Logi office though, opened up, ready to rumble. The only problem is, the side is not upstairs.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate timing. Yeah, that could have really been the death knell, but Kanam Tway now, he's gotten 2 kills for himself and absolutely forced his way back into this round. Especially on a site which is a little bit scary to defend on this first floor. Producer Boom is applying the pressure from main stairs as well. People are applying pressure from upstairs and someone is going to surely come in to the main door. 1 minute remaining. Still doing a little bit of redecoration. Trying to send up right. Do they know where the players are? Do they have enough drones to do that? Onigiri or something. The hairstyle is very, very similar. And he's smiling, just like Onigiri was just now in the matchup against the Strafe. And I hate to say it for Obsession, and you know, obviously at the peril of my own predictions pre-game, but this is looking very much like a...
I would say, hold on to your prediction for now.
All right.
And the reason why I say this is, at least in my personal sort of experiences,
as the defense,
it has been sort of very much depending on who can perform just a better defense. So watch, I'm calling it right now. Watch the second half. Yes, it may end up being in something across the lines of a 5-1, but the very first 2 to 3 rounds, Obsession, if they still feeling not in a complete gutter in terms of their mental trade-off to 5-1 halves, it is at the very least going to be sort of a story about how one of the other team looking to perfect their craft on the attack. I think there's still a plethora of possibilities for anything to really happen.
Wait. This is really good.
We're questioning the competitive integrity if that was the case.
You got one of those hacker shotguns, you know? That you have the rapid fire bang 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 AH balls that they have.
That would be nightmare fuel, honestly. It is though interesting to me that we got to see, you know, the bar and supply room, or rather bar and stage, in terms of this matchup.
5 rounds in, he's not gotten a single kill, although in 4 of those rounds he didn't really need to.
Swapping mag.
Thank you very much. Wait, a few more opportunities here for Varanix to pull a bit of a comeback, but they do end up fumbling this very round. 4-2 is very workable, I reckon, for Obsession, especially once they do a few opportunities where Varanix were down in numbers and they were still able to, you know, hold off their ground pretty well.
Attackers
Silence.
recovered the bomb diffuser.
Looking to ensure that he's getting all organized. Oh, yeah, at least the breach in the balcony has been all done and dusted.
Yeah, earlier than it was, I think, the previous time, and this time at least Producer Boom making use of happening right now, but Kanam Tway, there we go. This is Say picks one off as this replies. 1 minute left, Mankind advantage in the favor of the attackers. They are also inside of him, I think, as Chiller just gets cut down from every angle.
Yeah, complete and utter control of the side. With 45 seconds remaining and not even a C4 extra would have done anything there. Swing perfect all their way back into contention. But I'm just gonna say, watch the magic start happening on the scorelines in a little bit.
We'll see. I mean, my initial faith was in Obsession, and if they're not squandered at 1v3, perhaps they would have looked a little bit better on the score and repeat the
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Silence and Roll played that really well, so maybe they are, you know, the synchronization, the
Attackers have discovered the location.
That. Already some very thorough setups, introduction of the castle straight from the get-go from Jay Lucky. On top of that, Goldini as well as the Oryx. So quite a fair bit of rotational power. Plus, I mean, we're already seeing Oryx making his way up top. So certainly going to be already quite a nuisance to deal with from the get-go, which will force actually Variants to go for a top-down clear, which means more time drain, more possibilities for the problem being, though, if there's any sort of read, Varian could literally just send it to the side and force the retake to really happen. Or rather, retake scenario to be begun. Finally, that glitch.
That would have been pretty funny, you know. I just imagine Roldini, you know, slamming himself against the floor again and again, just rolling around. And back over the cannonball in a second. Oh no, don't go for the drone! Poor decision making. Absolutely bad idea. A lot of these players at this level go for the drones instead. Gun up. You know the attack's coming.
Still some presence around the ground floor and the top floor, so will get each and every possibility to absolutely, well, whomp their opponent. Peter does get off screen a frag onto Boom as well, but now comes all the default back to the side. Now we get to see how this sort of setup will really work out for Obsession's defense, because right now they are in a player disadvantage. Whilst Peter is basically on death's bed, one round is basically going to be seeing him get down, another one is finished off. Very next might start struggling soon enough by the time, because look at the sheer abundance of openings. Blue Tunnel is the last place that you would want to push.
Off the board, 3 versus 3, a lot more equitable right now. Really, I would say it's in Obsession's favor with the time ticking away. Hellboy is still trying to get information on where these defenders are. Do they know what is right below the hatch?
Just be. They're looking to make a play around there. They don't know about the positioning of the Prism Enjoy, the Italian defender. Big play. The alibi of Canom is absolutely popping up. Oh boy, misses the position. It is a complete upload bag over the and a waste of time and the opportunity. Yes, he claims a frag. Wait, no, he doesn't win at all. There was a down.
There was a down somewhere, and
oh wow,
okay. Can't help but laugh. Like, I think that is a wrong way. Like, okay, what the hell, man? Like, we did it right. We actually we didn't do it right. The last guy really held on, but again, it's just like the other round where Vervins were defending. Same, just sloppiness, lack of information, lack of discipline from Obsession. In that round, on the attack, Obsession just sprinted around the corner, and this time around, they went for the peak when they really shouldn't have. Both of these guys shouldn't have peaked. Both of them.
Should have avoided. Thirst for the frags definitely got to them and further. That must sting. That must sting.
If I was producer Boom, and I'm assuming IGL, because that's generally been his role historically, I'll be livid after that one. I would absolutely tear it into these guys. Actually, I don't know. Was it producer Boom and stuff? I don't think so. Because then, otherwise, you don't have a leg to stand on. But I say IGL shouldn't be making that mistake ever. And 8 opportunities at an international LAN event. They fixed it, and now they are one of the best teams in Asia.
Indeed. For the time being, our sight, or rather, our attention to be reshifted back onto Very Next and Obsession. What they come up with here for this very active defense. Very Next, they're only 1 round away from at least solidifying themselves at 1 point. If they do, and the OT win, well, that just puts them into the Wait, the round differential, I believe, still over. Oh, rather under Varian.
Played by Varians right now, trying to get as much information as they can. Producer Boom has some information of his own, of course. The repetition of this bomb site, not the worst idea, but I do think it puts Obsession in a little bit of a disadvantage because they tactically won that round. Although Silence is gonna win that engagement, send Killer sky high.
That was great.
That was great.
That was really great to see Silence being able to just get that perfect read. Canom as well from up above. That could thwart his plan on the flank, but I think he was just far enough away for Sound to really not be heard. It's this low in HP, meaning a single tap from the NX4 Storm of Alibi will be just like actually taking a lot of damage. Bang comes the swing. It is a full-on collapse. No, Varian X actually going for the full push.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was wanting. You know, it was a bad idea to go for the repetition if you tactically won it, because that means Varians would have known what to do to not fall into that trap once more. Look at that, Canon trying to get this kill, gets it eventually, but now it's a scenario as J-Lucky gets felled on the AC unit, and all up to Canon Fry now. 1v2.
With a Vector before Varian X on the match point. Infian 1 round away from from pushing another 3 points towards Varian X, and that would actually separate them rather nicely from the bottom of the leaderboard as well, which will narrow down as well the competition for the 2 remaining teams, Obsession and Stray, which is a very wild thing to think about, given the differences between the.
I don't think it's a bad idea to call that tactical timeout earlier on. I think it was a good idea, and unfortunately for them, just it didn't work out as they wanted to. They got, I think, 2 rounds, and then kind of ran out of steam after the rules extended that, because they obviously allowed Variants to talk things through as well. And they are looking very good, Variants, and I think at this point, yeah, I'm gonna stand by my mid-game prediction, which was a reversal of my pre-game prediction. Variants are on a little bit of a different level than Obsession. Just practically, maybe not that different, but execution-wise, yes.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see that. I mean, the evolution of Varian X as well, the way how they were able to conduct themselves even against some of the higher teams. They were able to sort of adjust on the go, and the places where they weren't able to, you know, find the right strategy, the right approach, they would be attempting and doing their best to compensate with just confidence and just the sheer mechanical skill to do it all. So absolutely 110%. I'm keen to see how far will Varian X, you know, perform. I'm keen to see thrive, and I want to see them, you know, in the better sort of position. That is a lot of utility dump. Oh my lord, Rodini gets to just play just the absolute trick, the circus trick on poor Thermite and the Decay base.
And J-Lucky still gets the first kill to pile things on, with Strike definitely very important to trade it back. Varians looking to close this out, make it a 7-2, and what? The 7-2 would be equally the most dominant scoreline today, alongside the Elevate beating of a Stray, which is, I think, not something when I would have said the same. I think we would have said, oh, Elevate are not going to be, they're going to be winning by a bigger margin.
Well, look, I mean, the way how Elevate won, I still, in my books, it was still a, you know, a very thorough, very solid win. They managed to clean up their act really nicely. I mean, the 7-2 is one of the better scores that you can find yourself as a top team. Whereas for Varian X versus Obsession, putting this sort of full line, that is an impressive feat. Done, no control over the advantage, meaning, well, you are looking at a very one-dimensional push.
A little bit dicey for Varians. 40 seconds left. They still have a catwalk there as well to deal with, which is usually a death knell, but they have the diffuser on the other side. I think they just want to ignore catwalk. Laser gate gets burned. Oh, I myself there. And Varian stops tripping over the
well, and to get the plant down. No, complete shutdown and frustration. UBS not ready to go into the rest of the night completely quiet as all the finishes coming around. Nicely done. Varian being completely denied that sort of that finishing blow is definitely a good sort of chance to completely, you know, draw out this whole matchup, play for that endurance.
That worked out really well for my prediction. You know, I tripped over myself, and then I said variants don't need to make sure they don't, and they literally tripped over themselves. Like in a 1v3, gets 2 downs, and then because of 2 downs, it's blocked from killing the final player and then loses it, which is hilarious. Never seen that happen before. Okay.
Round 10, yeah. Continuing this round for ourselves. Continuing this round for the teams that are in between all this chaos. Which is would be quite an interesting sort of place where Varian could still technically catch up to that 5th position, but again, it will be quite a tall order, and quite a fair few things would need to align in their way rather than the rest of the leaderboard thing. But as it all stands, you reckon we get to see this round to be the one for Varian X?
All will depend on how that early set of engagements go. Previously, J-Lucky got that opening pick traded out by Silence, but after that, it kind of, traded out by Strike. After that, it kind of picked it out for Variant. As you noticed, they didn't really do too much with their time. They tried, of course. They had the right idea, couldn't quite get the execution. And the Bandit trick is going to try to be brought out, but there's no one actually on the attack, so opportunity missed me from Variants to get that wall open. They have Thermite Ace. Definitely could have got that wall.
Scanning ahead with the drone, looking to make a play, but looking at the positions, you're looking at the setup.
Thermite's late.
Thermite is very, very late. The frag grenade is not really lining up either, which means that there's just continuous frustration that keeps on mounting here. Varian X unable to get themselves that big opening because the Jacuzzi wall opener would have been huge to open up yet another flank to really. Is looking very dangerous right now.
Really poor from Varians, right? They had the opportunity, they thought about it, and then they backed off. Backing off was a horrible decision because now it's completely locked them out of making an opening happen from there. As far as I'm scanning, yep, no impact EMPs either, which is very confusing. Correct me if I'm wrong, shouldn't she have been bringing? Okay, has impact EMP. Shouldn't she have been
bringing? Yeah.
What
he usually has. I'm not too sure. Maybe trolling. Who knows? I need to still find some more frags right now. And Hellboy and the rest of his team is actually falling apart amidst it all. Balance does fall 2v2. Actually, this is working with 50 seconds though. The diffuser has been dropped. It's not good. There's the crossfire as well. 9 seconds. This is looking to be another round for Obsession, and this ain't gonna do much. As it's the shorty that finds the finisher for them. Slowly but surely, yeah, tactical timeout exactly at that point. Varian X, they're realizing that dream is slowly slipping away from them. They need something to...
I think seen tactical timeouts on both teams. I don't think Direwolves called a tactical timeout earlier on. And that's 8-6 win that they had. They just used the rehost as an opportunity. But, yeah. Variants have let slip the past 2 rounds in really poor fashion. Sorry, excuse me. Shouldn't have been doing it that way, especially that that missed opportunity on Jacuzzi Wall. There's really no explanation for it, and they need to have a think about who's calling the shots, because clearly that was a decision taken by someone, whether it was an impulse decision, whether someone was like, hey Thelma, I need you here first, and then they overrode their IGL's instruction, whether the IGL made the wrong call, whether the Thermite made a wrong call. They have to hash that out right now. They are mostly doing well. They're getting the kills, but what they're running out of are opportunities and time. That's exactly what they
attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Very much so, yeah. This is all goes down to the utility management as well, where they hiring up their play, their sort of performance, because utility know they come around, and from here on out, it's just it all goes downhill as well. There's a lot of things to really think about there for Varian X, and could be said for Obsession as well. There's been a number of issues that have been playing, and unfortunately, that roster that
5 seconds to insertion.
be fixed up. So we'll see if maybe this round will be the proof once again if Obsession are getting closer and closer, being able to come out with a win. And this is something that I've mentioned to you, Vin. Give it a few rounds. Obsession will find their footing on the defense.
Oh, I mean, in my defense, or rather in Variance's defense / offense, it's 2 rounds of attack, and it really looked like it was over. It was what, 6-2. Obsession have brought this back by capitalizing on Variance's mistakes, but they were Variance's mistakes, and that is something that is gonna goal them. It is definitely gonna goal in frustration.
Yeah. They need to make sure to get themselves reset, because obviously quite a fair bit of frustration has been starting to creep in. Quite a fair bit of very almost borderline irrational sort of choices have been made. And at the setup though, good amount of drones as well came around from Varian X. They're making sure that they're just covering all the bases. They're making sure that there are flank drones that are watching certain peaks. Most of it, I mean, ground floor has been taken.
One minute left in this round. Variance this time around haven't lost any members earlier on, but they're also very slow on the hatches. Look at that kitchen hatch.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I think, can't tell. Yeah, bar hatch is open, but I think stock hatch was still closed. Couldn't quite notice it. It's really hard to do it without someone else helping you out. And Lucky has free reign to play here inside of the basement bomb site in B because of the hatch being closed above it. They have
strike and cone.
Open.
Oh, they're just about to do that very thing. In comes the attempt at getting the plan down, but that's a very unfortunate turnout, as well sub 20 seconds remaining. You have to make a push. Where are the EMP impact? Why did end up not even happening, as the 3 more seconds Speedy Boom is there, but the flank comes in at the last moment again.
Oh, that was
How
close.
are Varian X allowed to do this sort of stuff once again?
Oh, it was very close. Speedy Boom, he played it to the best of his abilities. Could have won it if he had a couple of seconds less to play with. Variance, despite getting that round wrong in ability to open the hatches, the walls, and everything like that, we both noticed that it shouldn't have worked. Obsession got outgunned, and that's, I guess, the part that I was talking about, was how Obsession's execution is lacking compared to Variance's.
Yeah. Look, definitely the way how Obsession was setting things up, it was for a much more sort of paced down gameplay, for a much more sort of thorough, I guess, play. Whereas you look at the way how Varian X approached this one, compensate for the lack of performance in the utility with the frags, and well, that was done in plenty. I mean, you look at the sheer amount of score lines. I mean, the first half literally went probably one of the best sort of case scenarios really there for Varian X on their defense attack. Look, had a few shakes here and there, but for the most of it, they managed to subside. What was the 2-round streak that was initially accumulated by OBS? So look, by the end of it all, 7-4 is far from being the worst sort of scoreline you come out with. Plus, I mean, the 3-pointer does set yourself up pretty well, all things considered. I mean, well, that puts them into the 6th place well and truly, even if, they lose next matchup. Obsession, good luck to catch up. The funny thing is, though, now it's all the Apex South teams that have managed to make it to the top 4, which is actually quite a, not an interesting thing, but it's sort of back to norm, it feels. But speaking about getting back into the dubs, getting back into the top positions, final giveaway is upon us for tonight. Hashtag call your shots, and you must also follow the Rainbow Six SEA Twitch channel to be in for a draw of our 600 R6 credits plus the Operation League SEA pin as well. But in fin, this has been so far an absolute barn burner play day, packed with absolutely heated matchups. Out of all of them so far, which one has been sort of the big highlight for yourself?
I think we have to talk about the first matchup, don't we? Went to overtime. It was a little bit crazy, a little bit insane, but they managed to hang on, Direwolves, and continue on their flawless streak, or their winning streak, really, is what I should be saying. Gaming Gladiators gave them a good fight. Elevate also were given a little bit of a fight in a couple of rounds, in the first 3 rounds, by Straight. That was interesting to see. Fury walked all over Champion. And this last matchup was actually, I would say, the most balanced matchup of them all, which was, in its own way, a delight to see. You weren't really seeing, at least, in hindsight and overall, we didn't see one team completely walk away with it, because while Variance obviously went up 6-2, Obsession kind of started bringing back, and then you kind of felt it was a game on your hands. It felt a little bit more satisfying than if it, ended 7-2, which it should have had Variance not kind of slipped down.
Very much so. Well, yeah, look, it's been a big day. Been a big day for a number of teams. Quite a fair few, questions sort of came out fully answered. I mean, you look at the leaderboard at the end of the day, Fury, Direwolves, Gaming Gladiators, and Elevate do lock themselves in for the end of today. With the top 4. Although Gaming Gladiators and Elevate now on the tiebreaker champion still have the ability to, conquer even the 3rd place really here, which is the most amusing part of it all. Whereas for VariNext and the remainder of the leaderboard, they still need to do quite a fair bit of catching up.
Well, Fury in the lead, of course. I think that is something that's going to make them very happy. Gaming Gladiators going up 3rd place. Order is kind of restored this week, or rather so far this week, because we still have play day tomorrow. But yeah, top 4 are Apex South, and below them, the best of the rest, who are champion, really close behind. Straight, can they get another point? Can they get their first win? Perhaps. We time will tell though.
I'm more so just looking at Obsession and just thinking, coming into this, were so looking promising, and they were able to actually find themselves 4 regulation wins, 1 OT win. 14 points was nothing to really scoff at, but now they're even struggling to get through the single digits for the time being, and that is already halfway through the season.
Well, halfway through the season, we've got matchups tomorrow, starting with Obsession versus Champion, and if similar things happen as we saw today, it could be a very, very spicy matchup. But the Apex South matchup, that's the one where eyes are going to go. Elevate versus Direwolves, I cannot wait for that one. That's going to be exciting to 2 teams. One of them recently attended the Major, one of them started the year by actually attending the Major, while the other one only qualified. And then after that, obviously ending off with very interesting Gaming Gladiators and Straight versus Fury. So I love these matches.
Definitely. Well, I definitely look forward to the Elevate versus Direwolves, because I think this is going to be the one to actually, finally show us where sort of both Elevate and Direwolves sort of fare, with the way how Direwolves did get challenged quite thoroughly by Gaming Gladiators. Certainly, I reckon for Elevate, this is the time as well to, get it all up and running, get it all done and dusted, as well. So, look, for what it's worth, before we sort of wrap it all up, any final thoughts about tonight/tomorrow?
Well, I think my main thought will be about tonight. Direwolves, Gaming Gladiators, definitely pushing it all, definitely trying some weird things, definitely relying a little bit too much on Reaps 96. And I guess you're right. That test will be very exciting to see against Elevate, who also trying something new, and it's going to be a literal preview of the APAC South matchup that's going to be coming in, I think, Thursday and Saturday. This upcoming Thursday and Saturday, which is one of those 2 days. That's going to be that Direwolves matchup, I believe, or the week after that, because, yeah, this is a fight for the meeting in APAC.
Very much so. Well, look, that is it about it for ourselves as well. Thank you all very much for tuning in. Thank you to our wonderful sponsors as well, Ubisoft and Kingston Fury, the brand by Kingston that has been supporting us and powering this whole Fury broadcast. So big shout out to them. Thank you for coming with me on this absolute roller coaster of emotions that was tonight in Fien. It was definitely quite a treat, especially the final matchup. Definitely. Didn't expect quite a number of friends to really come around in the way how they've done, but
clutches.
Three clutches.
I don't know.
In the matter of just a second, less than a second remaining as well. Yeah. Look, definitely well worth to rewatch as well, maybe for a few occasions and a few reasons. But yeah, that's about it from us. Take it easy, stay safe. Catch you tomorrow.
To the come up, it's the first page, but I shift the road out just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in the max, but all about power through the struggle and the test. 38 in my lung, I can't even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If you want some beef, Leo, turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in the cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of proof, now I just need a boat out. One night on my shelf, all my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on, I feel to make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last, clear the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rocky, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to being on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I live it on my phone. You can find one of kind, person like me. Live it in a moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right risk, then no. Always pulling down the ramp before the rainbow. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be riding all my life.
Used to be the king, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?